How's it going? That's still there? Big ass middle school.
So, what are like the loopholes? You told me that his mom wanted to work with our station.
Also, yeah. So the parent literally makes all decisions. They're not 18. If the parent is adamant about, working with a particular station, then that's kind of out of our hands. In the sense of, why would you turn down your potential applicant?
If you're trying to do things right, you can always send them another.
And, no, that answer. Right, left.
Good afternoon, team. What's going on, good people?
What up, my G?
Chilling, man, chilling.
Yeah, man. Happy birthday, man. I gave you my
Thank
first
you,
one.
thank
First
you.
one I said, yeah.
Thank you, thank you,
That's what's
thank
up,
you.
man.
Appreciate y'all. Yeah, I got a bunch
How
of
was
birthday
it?
wishes in the DMs and stuff, so appreciate y'all for reaching out.
Yeah, they're gonna beat me. I don't DM very much.
It's all good. I'm horrible at reading my DMs anyways.
Yeah. Oh, you're welcome. Have a great day. You too. Thank you, sir. Yeah, man. It was some exciting TA last night. It was some cool TA today. Yeah, I think a lot of us were wondering to see what you thought.
My
But I'm
birthday.
gonna go ahead and go mute. You know me, I'm working. I'm
Yep,
about
yep.
to be off. So I got like 60, 70 stops left. So I'll be on there tonight in the collective.
Do your thing, brother.
Yes, sir.
We're good. I mean, we made it up to our bullish trigger. We haven't popped yet. But you guys know me. It's my birthday. I've got to be bullish. So let's go get it.
I think all it is just waiting for you to have your festivities out the way, blow the candles, get some cake. It's just waiting on you.
Yeah. I'll be here for the day. I got some family and friends coming through periodically. So I'll have to bounce out and chill and all that. But for the most part, I'm going to be here. Start to looking too good to walk away. I'd just spend all day at the lounge looking at my phone anyways if I was to go anywhere. So I'm not about to do that. Appreciate you, DJ. Thanks, guys. Appreciate all of y'all. That being said, since crypto never stops, I want to show y'all what I've been looking at today. This is not the shill. I'm not in position myself. I just want to have full transparency and I want you guys to see things when I'm seeing things. You were looking at the chart earlier. You saw me taking a look at Cardano. And you were probably like, why on God's green earth would Dbloc be taking a look at Cardano? But we had some pretty big news out of that Cardano conference. Yeah, this is a quick 3-minute thing. I don't even mind risking the copy strike, but you guys should see this.
Two components to it. One was the creation of. We've been suffering from a bit of a dual purpose here in the whole world of crypto since the very, very beginning. In the very, very beginning, Bitcoin version 0.1.0, the very first version that came out, had two components to it. One was the creation of a token, which some of you may have heard of, called BTC. But the other part was the creation of the world's first DApp, the world's first decentralized application. It was called Poker Lobby, and it was supposed to be a distributed way to play poker across the Bitcoin network. And in the second version of Bitcoin, Poker Lobby was entirely removed. But ever since then, we've had this tension for 15 years. From the very genesis of the world of crypto to today, we've had this tension where we've had two parallel tracks. The first has been Bitcoin, with BTC, an unchanging system for stable currency that you can transact with and that you can hold, and that's it. That's the entire list of things that you can do with it. Very, very popular with that transactional and holding capacity, but that's it. And then, on the other hand, we have the entire world of crypto innovation, a flourishing of chains and dApps and systems and technologies, which remains ultimately a small fraction of the entire crypto space and a small fraction of Bitcoin. So we have this tension where Bitcoin can be and is popular and can be used for holding value. And as a result, we've got $1.3, $1.4 trillion effectively dormant or trapped
Bitcoin
in
just popped
Bitcoin.
up. It's more
And
resistance.
we have
resistance
projects like Cardano
when we
building
are
out
watching
tools
this.
that would allow you to do much more, to trade in a decentralized fashion, to lend in a decentralized fashion, and to build effectively an entire decentralized web architecture. We have functionality. So permaware and functionality, and those two up until now have not met. Cardano is a very special chain. It is by far the largest, most significant chain built as a UTXO system like Bitcoin and with a long-term view of the world like Bitcoin. But it too cannot interact with Bitcoin. And so the big announcement that we have today is that that is changing. That we have a major change coming for the entire world of Bitcoin, the world of Cardano, the world of crypto, and the world of finance as a whole. Because for the first time,
Happy birthday.
those two parallel lines, which were never to touch, are bending towards each other. We are now able, through Bitcoin OS, to verify on Bitcoin mainnet zero-knowledge proofs. And this gives Bitcoin brains and eyes.
That's
for the
huge.
first time, we can build smart contracts on Bitcoin, and we can give Bitcoin the ability to see what is happening on other chains. And possibly the most important chain to do this with is
What's
Cardano.
huge? Hold a candle.
What this means is that we will soon have the ability to trustlessly bridge assets
Alpha?
from Bitcoin to Cardano and vice versa. We will also
Right.
have the ability to utilize the
68.
smart contract capacity of Cardano to write smart contracts that execute on Bitcoin mainnet, turning Cardano into a smart contract platform for the largest asset base in the world. We're looking at an entirely new phase for Bitcoin, Cardano, crypto, and finance, and I'm super excited to be able to discuss it here on this panel first. Thank you.
You got plans today?
All right, I just wanted to throw that out there. That's what I'll be paying attention to today. Cardano BTC is looking ridiculous.
Really?
This is Cardano versus Cardano BTC. I mean, it's all looking like shit. News hasn't hit. Nobody's really buying in yet. Just something to keep your eyes on. Very interesting idea of Cardano sort of shifting into a Bitcoin layer too. Thanks, Connor.
Really? Where'd you have that?
I just played it on. Hold on, I'll post it in chat so you guys can see it. Actua.
Bitcoin keeps going up.
It's my birthday, yo. You know what time it is.
Yeah, exactly. You said it just a few
Brother,
minutes.
I can't wait. I can't. I was just gonna say I can't wait till we all sit down later and start hacking away at some of these alts. I'm ready to get some positions.
All right, I'm gonna post it in chat if anybody didn't hear what I just played real quick. In my opinion, that's going to put Bitcoin OS right up there with Core and Stacks. But Cardano could be an interesting play on this. I posted it in Free the Chat. Take a look at that video. Tell me what you think.
I gotta watch that. When did that news come out?
Today. You know how I feel about Cardano. Tons of devs, no users. Like, but if they can dip into that Bitcoin liquidity, and I'll be honest with you, with Charles sort of behind the thing, like I sort of trust Cardano as a Bitcoin layer too, more than anything else, because he's
All
not.
right, how about yourself?
His issue has been being slow to let people in because code is law to him. Be interesting. Just an interesting little twist.
Yeah, I was gonna say just earlier today, on Lifer stream, we were just talking. Like somebody asked for Cardano, and it was interesting because we were, I think Sam was saying that, Cardano's feeling like a dead coin, and it's just crazy. You know what happens when people start talking like that?
Yeah,
You know what comes next.
yeah. I'll never count Charles out. I like Charles's philosophy, but just the marketing and his business sense as an investor is horrible to deal with. What's crazy though is when you look at the chart, like when you look at Cardano, you got nothing. I mean, literally, if you go down to like Cardano BTC just put a new low in. $88 USDT has got to be getting a little life out of this, but I don't know, fellas. Everybody's gonna have to gain their own conviction on this one because Cardano is still Cardano, That being said, if there's any Cardano holders in the chat, I know y'all are loving this. It's different between deciding whether you want to pick up Cardano and having a big bag of Cardano and then getting some news like this. You like a little bit of life, breathe a little bit of wind into the sails.
But the retail might buy into it.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Cardano is easily accessible. And that news is pretty easy to understand. Even if you don't understand ZK roll-ups and all that shit, it's pretty easy to look at that news and see it as bullish.
Especially if you're looking without understanding.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you look at Cardano and you say Cardano's in the top 10. You look at Bitcoin, you're like, oh, it's a great merger. Makes all the sense. Honestly, it does, though. Honestly, it does. I see a future where all of these projects, all of these L1s that we have, end up being L2s for either Bitcoin or Ethereum, and we have two main chains. ETH runs the DeFi, Bitcoin runs all the smart contracts, and all of these projects end up being L2s. But we're a long way away from that, I think. If you could have all your DeFi, if you could have all your apps that you run, everything that you use for lending and borrowing or shit that you just use to mess around with, whatever, you could have it running on the security of the Bitcoin network with pennies on the dollar gas fees, which is what they're talking about with these L2s. Like, why wouldn't you? Like, why wouldn't you go for that security? Then it's just going to come down to the developers, right? Are the devs going to come over?
Yeah, that's interesting. Makes me want to buy some Cardano.
Yeah, kind of looking at it, trying to see what's going on here. But we're early to the point where the chart's not showing any sort of reaction yet, so.
It's been kind of flatlined since August.
Yeah, that would real early.
Yeah,
That's
look
like,
at the BTC
yeah.
pair put in a new low, just like literally recently.
Hmm.
Bitcoin has an attitude.
Yeah, for 22 minutes. No.
I really think. You think we might see Cardano push up this?
I don't know, but Duck has a
News about
point.
that?
You know, buy the rumor, sell the news. It's definitely one of those situations where if you decide you want to swing at it, you're gonna get in before retail starts to find out about the news.
Mhm.
I expect it to be at least a week before your talking heads on YouTube are talking about, because it'll take them at least that long to figure out how they want to fill their bags before they start telling people. I haven't bought any of this Bitcoin OS. I haven't bought any Cardano yet.
They just won't, they're not,
Oh, dude, yo, I guarantee you, Lifer's gonna talk about it. He's been holding Cardano forever, bro. Like he's just dying to say something
Yeah,
good about it.
anybody holding Cardano is definitely gonna gonna pump this. Send him the
Cardano
news,
made me
man.
a lot of money back.
Maybe he hasn't seen it yet. Send him a link.
I wrote that.
We haven't heard nothing in the group. Well, I haven't read anything, but on today's show, no, there was no talk about this yet. I don't think so.
Maybe someone has to open his eyes to it. You'd be surprised, man. A lot of these like guys, they don't.
I'm supposed to hang out with him next week. When I go and kick it, we'll definitely be busting out charts. So I'll bring it up.
Yeah. Yeah, speaking of token unlocks, we are now 5 days away from Celestia's unlock. I'm going to keep bringing this up. 80% of the circulating supply. I want nobody to be caught by surprise.
I'm trying to look for the short setup.
Yeah, I'm not mad at that. I'm not mad at that. There's going to be, I mean, if it's like me, if everybody's like me, when I saw that news, those token unlocks come out like every 30 days, right? They'll show you. It takes 30 days to unlock your Celestia from staking. So
No,
I set
I'm
my
so wrecked on
unlock.
him.
I set my unlock when I heard about it, and it'll be out tomorrow. It'll be ready to sell tomorrow. So if
Yeah, I
people are
didn't
like
find out till
me,
later.
for the next couple days, you should start seeing some sell pressure from those people that unlock their staking tokens.
Yeah, I'm just gonna be. I'm gonna just buy more. Because I didn't find out about that unlock, and the unbonding is
30
days, so
days. Yeah.
I'm stuck on Kepler. Like there's nothing I can do about it.
Yeah.
I can
Well,
just buy my
Cardano
way to.
hasn't really done anything in a while.
You buy the dip.
Well, Cardano, but did you see the volume? 200% spike on the volume on ADA. They must have had some news or something like that.
Yeah, we were just talking about it. They're trying to become a Bitcoin layer too, and bring smart contracts and ZK rollups to Bitcoin. Yeah, I mean I'm seeing the volume, but I'm not seeing the price, which to me says accumulation, right? Price suppression and accumulation.
Yeah. Yep, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got my setup for Reef ready to go. I'm in a short on it right now.
Nice, good luck.
So yeah, I just got, like I said, I'm just range trading scalps on this guy. But yeah, I think once I get to that POC, if I see the way the money flow's looking is convincing me that when we get to that level, I'm gonna see what I need to fire off along. I mean, I still have to put a really tight spot. So I'm gonna have a long at the POC tight stop. If it goes, then I'll have a long at the 1% on the value area low, and then if it goes below that, well then yeah, I'm out. But I did some research on them. It's not a fake project, man. They're meeting all the requirements of what I think is like a what I would consider a legit project.
Nah,
The
Reef
other
isn't like a
projects I've
rug
watched,
pull or anything like that.
yeah. Well, I mean, that's what it looks like a rug pull, dude.
Yeah, some of
It's like,
some of these utility coins really took a hit, man. Straight
but
up.
I'll tell you, like, I missed out on like this. This reminds me of it's giving me Solana ICP vibes. The delisting from Binance, great sell pressure, and I'm sure the amount of tokens that Binance had just created a cascading effect. And the funding levels are so high that, dude, it's like people are putting big shorts in just to gobble up. I mean, just dude, if you're shorting like the funding on ZoomX is 0.08 right now. So you're getting paid just to short.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's what I've been doing, man. I just that was my that and big time, and I'm just waiting on big time to hit that same level again because it's just range bound. So
Nice. What's going on, Mike? Bitcoin's putting in a rising wedge here. I'd love to just bust this thing out and go nuts, but we do have to respect the pattern, so we are up against resistance here. And these things tend to break down, which would mean a sweep of these liquidations. That being said, it's my birthday and none of these rules matter. So we're about to pump. Nah, it's like the most bullish you're ever going to hear me on my birthday.
We can
yeah,
say
it is a
if
rising wedge.
Casper sinks, then we know what's going.
Yeah, but man, you're doing a rising wedge right up into resistance, man.
Mm-hmm.
That's two right there. But it is your birthday, so you never know.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, let me go ahead and let me help Bitcoin out here, and I'm gonna make this a dotted line so it has enough space to get through if it wants to. Yeah, I mean, we'll give Bitcoin a little wiggle room. We'll leave the bottom one solid, and then we'll make the top one dotted.
Yeah, man, crypto's never. It's funny because when you draw a rising wedge or a bear flag, dude, they never hit their apex. Like I do, I have like a 10 or 20% rule of when they're in when they're trying to like flag out. They always hit you. It's never to the exact point. Or at least for me, that barely ever happens.
You'll see symmetricals more than anything get all the way to their apex, but that makes sense, right? It's 50-50 accumulation. PLC's running right through the middle of symmetricals. So sometimes you'll take it right to the edge. But
Yeah.
that you'll see that
I
on
use
symmetricals more than anything.
Yeah, I use the little ruler and then I rule it out and I'm waiting for the move there.
So last night we were looking at this let me just rewind to last night real quick so we can see sort of how this played out. We were looking at this symmetrical last night, right? But we had that vector gap underneath. And this was Asian session. So if we turn on our sessions and look, we had Asian session, half of Asia session, like I was saying yesterday, the way you want to track these sessions. From the bottom to the top of Asia, 50% of the Asian session was right here on this line. UK came in, failed to hold it, and then went for the vector. And then once they took it, it was up and to the right. So that initial reaction to UK's 50 is always really important for sort of for UK's initial move. But yeah, they cleared that vector and then just got right back to work.
No, I like how you play the sessions, man. I really don't play the sessions. I mean, I know when they're gonna come, and I know you're gonna get more price action, but
Yeah, like when I don't know, when I started doing this shit for a living, I felt like I had to break it down into like a just manageable sort of daily routine, you know, and they kind of made it easy, right? They tend to follow the same play every day. Depending on what happens, UK really sets the tone, right? Asia sets the range. UK tells you whether you're going to break that or hold that, and then it'll usually trend that direction for that session. Yesterday was a good example because that vector gap right there, they deviated just to grab that vector gap and then literally pumped for the rest of the session.
Yeah, man. I only my Nasdaq short. I only made 3% on that. I got stopped out because when I took the I got greedy with it. I should have just I was up a lot more. I was up 10%. But yeah, I had that short on the I'd use SQQ, the 3x. I thought we were gonna drop more, man. But I just this is chop city. So I'm just scalping.
I'm waiting for this price action to get irrational. I'm not even gonna lie to you.
Yeah. And then I've been loading up on Lucid, bro. Dude, my average is now 260. And I picked up a bunch more today at 248. But like my plan is to buy all the way to $2. I don't think it's gonna make it there, but Lucid for me, it's a long-term play though. It's a 5-year play for me.
Yeah.
I don't know. I know a lot of people aren't big on electric cars, but for me, they're like I watch them a lot. I was actually gonna buy one, but someone bought my spot for 5K, bro. And come on. You know, you put an order for a car, someone offers you 5 grand just to take your spot. I couldn't say no to that. But I follow them, man. And now they're gonna come out with like a $70,000, $50,000 version. And I think that's what's gonna make the difference.
Yo, that robo taxi is gonna be less than 30K. I don't know if I'm buying an electric car without a gas pedal and a steering wheel, but
hey, I'm gonna tell you right now, I am definitely gonna buy one of those. I'm gonna try to buy two, as a matter of fact.
yo, you can get for
I mean,
50
I
for
tell you what,
50K, you can get a robo taxi and a robot. Robots are gonna be
yeah, but
under
the robo,
20. The taxi is gonna be under 30. So for like 50, you can have the robot and the car. Send both of their ass out on missions.
yeah, man. But think about like for me, the robo taxi, like, dude, that's gonna be if you can own a fleet of those, can you imagine you own a fleet of them and they're just doing their thing while you're chilling, while you're working, and then you just have it pick you up, dude. That for me, man, that's simple.
Yeah.
That's easy money, man.
Hey
You said
Elvin,
that
I
it's chilling.
appreciate the birthday wishes, Elvin.
I was gonna say, yo, I was looking at what Google has, what is it called, like Waze or something. They have their own robo taxi type thing, and they've been doing it on the West Coast in LA, and they said that it's been killing it. Google's version
Yeah,
of the
It's
taxis that's
where
already
we're
out there.
going, man. Uber's out of there. I'm really sorry for any Uber drivers, but get your money while you can right now because
yo,
or move to a state
hey,
that isn't gonna okay, the robo taxis because
hey, look at the value. Look at the volume on ADA. It's picking up more and more. I think that sucker's
Yeah,
actually gonna
sure.
move finally.
well if it
Yeah, I mean it's
goes,
gotta
we'll
pass
know why it
it's gotta
went.
pass 35. It's gotta pass 35. If it wicks at 35, I'll short it. I'm in a long right now.
What's that? I don't
See,
know.
this is why I can't wait till I'm off the road, man. I'm gonna be hitting these
Yeah,
plays.
take a look. I posted it in Free the Chat. Watch that video. Especially if you're in a Cardano alone right now. I just played it earlier on stream, but I posted it in chat.
Yeah, but I just put like I got done. I didn't do a big because I didn't do enough TA. But I saw that volume and I was like, I'll take a stab at it. So I'm only long like 2,000 ADA. That ain't that much. But yeah, I took it. If we confirm and pass that level, I'll add to the position for sure. Do I'll do this short on reef. Oh my god, it's up 40. It's up not 40% already.
Just saying, when something fundamental is going on in the project, you got to be on point with it, because that's gonna affect your TA.
Yeah, man. That happened to me with Ape. I was setting up for a short on Ape. I put it. This is on KuCoin, and dude, I don't know if you've ever gotten like tape elevation. Like it just like the volume spikes so fast that it just passes right by your stop loss, like teleports over your stop loss. Dude, I got liquidated nasty, bro.
It's one of the reasons why I don't trade leverage in crypto. I'll be damned.
Yeah, no, I have my leverage account, man, and my leverage account. All I do is, once I hit a certain level, I turn that into cash and I use that to buy on spot to add to the bags.
I'm on Bitcoin. Let's do something stupid here.
I bet you, I'll laugh if you pull that measuring tool and it's a 30% from the apex of that thing, and it just jumps from there.
As long as we hold this resistance from all the way down, fill that vector, hold it, we're good money. We just got to keep stair stepping here.
Oh, so you want to bounce? Man, ADA moves so slow. It feels like it takes forever.
Oh
bro.
shit! Sorry about that.
Bro, you guys remember when Ava? Well, I think what was the last bull market? I think it was right before the bull market. Ada was the first crypto I ever got into, and boy, it used to move fast.
The good thing about ADA is it really
I
like when
rode,
it
I
moves.
rode Cardano from what, 60 cents all the way up to $3 and something.
I sold half
That
the
was so
bag at
great.
$8 and then staked the rest of it. And I regret doing that. I should have just gotten rid of all of it.
Speaking of which, are we done staking? Is staking dead? I mean, like, I know liquidity pools and all that, but it's kind of like, nobody's kind of really buying it anymore.
As long as it ain't like BlockFi, like you stake on your wallet, don't stake on a platform. Because like when you read the T's and C's, they own that. Like they own that. So that's why when all those people from BlockFi, I mean, I'm one of them, man. Like that's why you got annihilated, and all the people who stake um DeFi, you can't get it's the tokens on in your wallet. They can't take them from you. If you're gonna stake the right way. Don't stake on because it's easy to put it on an exchange or whatever. If you're doing ETH, I suggest Lido. But the comp. I mean, there's so many good ones, man.
I'm gonna listen to you this time. I've never staked before. I think I might have like years ago, and I just don't remember doing it. But yeah, I'm never staked. I've never staked before. That's why I ask if that's still the thing.
I don't know, man. I stake using Kepler. I think their wallet is a shit. And you just gotta use a VPN because if they find out that you're in the US, you won't get the airdrops. Yeah, ADA's moving, man. ADA's moving.
Wow, look at, so this is Bitcoin on the hourly, right? I'm gonna run you through some of the
Jesus Christ.
liquidity that we've been through. So on our last dip, when we came down to 59, right? We picked up all of these buys. These are all standing buy orders. Right. So all of these below are buy orders from people who didn't get filled, basically, right? Look what happens when we come up to this range right here. Once we pop that bullish trigger, everybody from down under brought their buy orders up. See this massive block, like you can't even see, you can't even separate one from the other. Just slammed. And then what did price do? Price came up and just took all of that on this last move down.
Well, it has an open mic. Oh, there you go.
And now we're trying to squeeze through these cells. But the way we've been absorbing this sell pressure, I mean, look at all these standing sell orders that we've gone through, and just kept putting higher lows.
Hey, the job reports came out today, right? Dude, I was in a meeting, so I missed all like that. I haven't even read the job reports and stuff.
No,
like
I
that.
haven't either. I cut my research short earlier. I was looking at that Cardano Bitcoin news, and I just wanted to come on and drop it before anybody else sort of heard about it.
Yeah, I saw the volume spike and I looked and I found the position on a low time frame and I just fired it off. And you know, it's not up a lot, man. It's only up like at 14%.
Listen, for Cardano, this is as close to a parabolic curve as I've seen in a long time.
I think we get the move when we break that structure. Man. We see that range right there on top of that.
Yeah.
We have that order block, that purple order block. That's what we need to break. So I got my game plan for the short for Reef, and I got my game plan for the long. But if you pull volume profile on the entire thing, it's in perfect confluence with the POC of the money flow, and they got a fat ass order block there. So that's where I'm gonna fire off the long. And then if I get stopped, I'll try to fire off the long at the value area low. I'll probably give it a little bit of room to breathe. But yeah, man. Honestly thought that was a rug pull or fake project, and then I started reading, and these people are active. Like, so all their
Cardano
will,
was
like
set
I
to
know.
unlock 1.3 trillion in Bitcoin liquidity through a Bitcoin OS integration, enhancing DeFi and cross-chain functionality.
Winnie, I think you might have Poyo muted.
Ooh, oh, really?
You know Discord does
Am I
that to
muted?
you all the time. Discord just randomly mutes people for Woony every once in a while. Funny as shit.
Wow, that's weird.
That happens all the time.
Who is?
Can you hear me?
It's his
Can
name's
you hear me now
Crypto
or what?
Pollo. Hold on, he's checking to see if
Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah,
We can
No, I
hear
can.
you. It's just Winnie.
It's good, yeah.
Yeah, man. Sometimes in our spaces it'll happen. Like just one person can't hear the other. People asking a question and they can't hear anything.
Bitcoin is still. Sorry, gold is still struggling with that spider line we were looking at the other day at 2749. But with this BRICS news, I really don't think it's gonna have a problem at all moving up to the next level. I'm more excited about this gold play than anything else right now.
Yeah.
And I've missed out on trading gold so many times. It's just my ADD doesn't allow me to I gotta concentrate on one thing.
You know what it is about gold?
I
Most
can't.
people think that it's like super slow and all that, and I understand why, right? Because if you just look at the chart in the last 20 years, you know, anybody that's like say 22, 23 has never even known gold to be pumping ever, right? It's just that steady sort of sideways action that you get on gold. But when you go back and you look at this thing when it really decides to cycle, like gold can go. It just absolutely did nothing between like 2013 and 2020. It literally just went sideways. But it's picking up, man. And when it goes, it goes. But yeah, it's kind of late at the end of this cycle already. I should have already
Yeah,
peeled
Peter
profits,
Schiff is
honestly.
throwing up. When do you think Peter Schiff's gonna go on his media tour?
Man, that dude is the biggest Bitcoin hater ever.
I don't even listen to that guy, man.
There's no convincing him, bro. I've seen him on a million podcasts. I've seen him talking to some super smart Bitcoin heads that made amazing points, and it just in one ear out the other, bro. You can tell he's already made his mind. There's nothing you're gonna say that's gonna convince him.
I feel like I feel like he's just playing us, bro. Hold on. I feel like he's just playing us because didn't his son come out with Bitcoin, and from what we understood in his interview, he wasn't crapping on his son. So I think that like secretly, I think he has some Bitcoin. He's just he's just fudding from the other side
The most I've ever
because he has to
seen
hold his
him,
stance.
the closest I've ever seen him get to admit that he's wrong is Raul Paul got him to admit that if he went back, he would buy Bitcoin. He's like, so you're telling me that if you could go back, because you've been talking about Bitcoin for 10 years being shit, and this thing has done nothing but pump.
That was it.
So you tell me that if you can go back, you wouldn't buy any, knowing what you know now. He's like, well, obviously, I thought I was like, oh, okay, all right then.
Yeah.
You can't, but you can't say no to that. I mean,
Yeah,
honestly,
you'd look like a real hater if you just know. I wouldn't even, you know what I mean?
yeah.
Not even with today's knowledge would I get it. But nobody's ever been able to have him say even a halfway decent word about Bitcoin before. So
Brother, I think the hardest thing for a public figure, any kind of public figure to do is reverse course on their conviction. I'm just convinced of that. If you're in the public, for some reason, it's harder than pulling teeth and pulling nails, bro.
ooh, Sui Google
Yo, hey,
Cloud News, nice. My Sui bag likes
B,
that.
do you block where can I have a chart I want you to look at a reef setup. I want you to take a look at the reef setup, see if you're in agreement with
Just
me.
just share your chart. I'll look at it.
Okay. I didn't want to interrupt your stream.
Nah, you're good, bro. Throw it up. We're just sitting here waiting for Bitcoin to do its thing.
I see it.
Yeah, I'm looking.
There's the daily, man, right? So what I'm looking for, right? I'm in the short right now. Be TPing very soon. What I want to see is it try to swing fail this right here, this structure, and then have this guy right here, this order block, and this is the POC of the range.
Okay. Yeah, so you're
Now,
just playing back to the POC.
yeah. Well, I mean, if you the range, it says it's all the way up here. But I mean, just look like, dude, like the fact that this thing did this move, I don't think that this is like a rug pull project. Like I
No,
really
it
don't
held
think so,
ground.
man.
There's accumulation there. There really is nothing
Yeah,
holding it up right now from hitting that POC though. Like
yeah.
stretch out the chart
Well,
stretch out the chart a little bit to just show like current price
I'm on a
action.
daily. I'm on a daily. Yeah.
No,
So
that's
it kind
fine.
of
I
been.
just want to see where that resistance is. That green line that you have there from the prior resistance.
No, this is not a green line. That's where the price is right now.
Okay. Yeah, so that's
Yeah.
that breaks that, then yeah, you're coming down to at least the red line. The red line would be the next resistance off that little hump.
Yeah.
It would be the support
That's the
resistance flip.
POC.
Yeah, you see how it like held support, then held resistance.
And look, there's an order block here, and look at the bar magnified,
Mm-hmm.
right? When in confluence with it. So I mean, I'm gonna look at the lower time frames on Cypher, but I mean, when you go to the daily, man, you got money flow
Did you
cranking.
pull a fib on that move?
Dude, when you pull,
Looks like a
where do
eight
you
eight.
want me, like?
Looks like a 886. Just from just that move from the bottom to the top.
From here,
Yeah, just from the
all the way
bottom
to
to
the
the
top.
top. Yep, yep.
Uh, I'll pull a
I just
fib.
want
I
to see
didn't.
how
I
far
mean, I
how
didn't.
far past it's blown its fib.
Oh yeah, it's blown its fib big time. But hold on, let me. Yeah, let me do this. Just to get the noise out the chart. All right. And from here, I mean, I gotta do this just to
Yeah,
get it.
yeah,
This is a daily fib, so
yeah, yeah.
yeah. But it's crazy. It's not. I mean, we've blown almost every single.
Looks like 886 or
Yeah,
close to it. All right.
yeah. So like I said, I mean, I think since that's where we have the volume, that's where we're gonna go. I took a short,
Well, just
and
scrunch
now
scrunch the chart back up and look at every time that it spiked like that before. Like bring the whole chart into yeah. Show me a spike like that it hasn't given back. That it hasn't given back more than even where it took off from. You know what I mean?
look, man, this thing, I think, because this thing once it got listed on Binance, it was just because like I don't have a lot of price history. I gotta find another chart.
Now, what I'm
Like
saying
this
is
the daily.
just in recent history, you've given back all these pumps, so your short should be safe to the POC. Because every other pump
Yeah,
has dropped below where it actually even pumped from. So I think you've got a safe exit
yeah,
there.
yeah, yeah. I got a good. I mean, my stop's already in profit. I already TP'd
There
a
you
little
go.
bit. So and then my stop's in profit, and so yeah, man. I mean, I'll be honest with you. If it doesn't, if it doesn't bounce from, because I thought you'd get a little bounce. Try to try to mitigate that candle, and once you see the failure, you got the boss to the downside, and you can even add to your short if you want, and then write it down. Um, but yeah, for me that's the play. And I know these are scary, man. A lot of people will never do these, but I can tell you, man. Uh,
Now, shorting that
this is a
isn't the
legit
scary
project.
part. Longing it would be the scary part, but shorting it, I think
Yeah,
was
yeah,
an
no,
easy
shorter.
play.
Yeah, no. Yeah, the easy play was long. Yeah, for sure. No, I'm saying this is gonna be a ballsy move, right? I mean, but like I said, my risk management is fine. I'm not gonna take a big hit.
Yeah.
I mean, dude, if we can just get to here, dude. I mean, look at the risk to reward on this, the R&R. And I
Yeah.
know, like, this is I'm not gonna say, that where he says, the moon math. I mean, if you could get up to here, right? It's a 22 to 1. I mean, I'll take that all day.
Yeah, I hear that.
So, so that's why I'm gonna go for it. If I get stopped out, I will try again here. You know, but but I think or I might just go low leverage, high dollar, so I have room to breathe here. You know, and then and I can ride it all the way down. But I typically just rather get stopped out than try again at the next level. But yeah, that's what I'm looking at, man. Uh,
Looks
and like I
decent.
said, I'm looking at like I said, I just the fact that we just blew through all this, what scares me. It would have been nice to have paid that SFP on the short, but yeah, man. So that's what I'm waiting for. If once my short gets there, I already have the take profit set there, and then I already have the setup, ready to fire off. Because I'm gonna be on the road and or sleeping, or I got a meeting today from 6 to 10, so I want to make sure if that happens, I can at least take a shot at it.
Yeah, I hear you.
That was my idea, man. But yeah, the short's paying, man. The short. And I didn't even do that. Well, I mean, I did it's up at it's up 41% the short, so I'm good with that. And I just put my stop loss, the last swing. That's where my stop loss is. I already took profit. It's a profitable trade. Did you took the ADA trade?
Yeah, I put a initial entry, but I don't have the whole bag in. I just wanted a little bit of exposure just to make sure that it stays on my portfolio so I don't lose track of it.
Mm-hmm.
But I need to dig in here in a little bit and see exactly what this means for ADA itself. I mean, I know it's going to be big for Bitcoin OS, but I need to see exactly how it's going to translate to ADA price accumulation, you know.
Yeah. I mean, it's funny. Like you would have think news like that would have really pumped it. And what is it? What is it? I mean,
It's early though. Nobody's heard about the news. I'll be honest with you. You guys are probably maybe one of the like 5 or 10 groups that have heard about this news already. The second it popped, I came on and told everybody. I guarantee you, all the other guys from all the other groups are scrambling right now trying to figure out, do they need to fill their ADA bags? What are they going to do? They're going to get everything set up. They're going to get their positions set up. And then they're going to come online and they're going to tell everybody about the amazing ADA news. I'm dead ass.
my guys
When I
are.
came on here and I said something, I hadn't bought a single coin yet. Just want to point that out.
I'm sure my group has it in the.
Sorry, my fault. Go ahead, brother.
No, because Billy, he's a part owner of Shankpad, and he's really big on Cardano. Like he knows Charles Hopkins, like personally. Um, so he's really big on there. That's why I have those ADA inmates, that NFT, because of them. So I'll tell you, the only NFT that I have that every month prints me money is that I have a Flux. I have a Flux NFT from Karma. And every month, bro, I look at my wallet, I just got more and more USDT. And it doesn't give me Karma tokens, it gives me USDT.
Hey, Pollo,
What's up?
are you in Sam's group?
I'm not in his, I'm not in the like I'm not a member, but I mean I know Sam.
Oh, okay. I was just wondering if you were gonna be on the screen share tonight. I was gonna hit you up on Discord, talk in the back of class, but that's all right. I was just asking.
Yeah, no, I mean I know Sam, like I know him, but I'm not in his because the thing is, man, like I'm in Finnova, uh, and the only reason why I'm in Finnova is because a lot of guys that I started with are in there, and they have a mindset coach, they have a scalp coach, they have a swing trade coach, information coach, and then they have a range coach. So like whatever style you need, like they have them there, and then they do a call every day. So it's like getting a one-on-one because there's only like 10, 15 people on the calls. So, you get that. That's why I'm in Finnova. But I'll be honest with you, man. I one time I had some like dude, I was spending like $2,300 a month in groups and indicators and all
Y'all are
that. And
spending entirely too much money on groups that are teaching you shit you can get for free. Promise you that.
That was my thing. I was in a group that was like really expensive, but that's how I met Sam. And then his group was what, a fourth of the price. And so I was like, yo, I spend more on that, like on what, like my phone bill. So I was just like, yo, whatever, man. But I feel you, bro. I'm not spending over $100 ever again per month on a group or indicator altogether, man. Like, well, I take that back. I would never leave this group. So whenever it goes paid or whatever, I'm sticking. But like, aside from that, man, I
well,
feel you. And if I
like
knew it for
Finnova,
free, easy, that would have been different.
And that's the thing. I know the founder. I know the founder of Finova, Kyle, and he just partnered. Well, it used to be InvestaShare, and he merged with Max Mayer. He's another crypto guy, but he does like news. He doesn't really do TA. But like all the guys that I started with are in that group, so like that's why I stuck there. Like I always support people, man. I'm all about that. I'm blessed, so whenever I can support somebody, I always try to do that.
Can't be everywhere at once. That's for sure.
Yeah. So yeah, man. I got like 10 more minutes, then I gotta hop on my computers. I gotta finish some stuff for work, and then just keep on grinding, man. But and I think I'm gonna exit. Uh, I'm just gonna well, you know what? I'm gonna move my stop into profit on ADA.
See,
I don't like.
I was looking
Nah, I mean, here's the thing, man. ADA's it's just it's gonna take its time, but I think I can get a better position. I think I can get a better position on ADA for sure.
Remember yesterday when we came out of this range and I drew the box and I said, when you deviate out of the bottom side of the range, as above, so below, as below, so above. That top side deviation that I'm waiting for now.
Mm.
Just a little bit of market maker balance.
Dbloc, do not let us forget Illuvium, bro. I'm like, just because of how bullish I was on it last market, I'm just like, yo, I think that's gonna be my thing, bro.
Listen, my advice is if you look at a project and you're excited about it and it's not time to buy it yet, just buy a little. Just buy one coin. That way it's in your portfolio, and every time you look at your portfolio, you can't miss it. And you're gonna notice because you're gonna look and it's gonna be one coin and that's just gonna be up 15%, and you're gonna be like, oh damn. Maybe it's time
My
to.
next paycheck, yeah. I still gotta buy my way down on Illuvium. I'm still buying my way down. My average is still $63, bro.
Oh shit.
So, yeah, man.
The levels, man.
Yeah.
I'm as soon as I get home, I'm hitting them charts on Illuvium, and I'm gonna start setting up some limits or something. I'm gonna start picking at it tonight.
Yeah, I'm gonna move my stop here 5%. That way it's a winner, and then I could probably get a better position. I don't think I got a good position on ADA here. And I think I want Reef just to go down right now. It's gonna be a minute till it hits that spot, but
Still climbing up through those sell orders. More importantly,
Did you
though,
hit your
still climbing.
did you hit your bottom? I remember you were talking about, but I don't remember if you
Yep.
like did you hit your bottom target?
Yeah, 65.5. 65.5 with a liquidity sweep to the support underneath. And I believe on the 15-minute, we didn't even body under. Yeah, look. 655 to the body exactly, except for the wicks down the support. But we made, that was that sweep that we made allocations for.
Oh, you caught that bottom? It was a nice
Oh,
play,
yeah.
man. I'm sure
6.5,
you stay limit then.
665, 665, and 655 were the two targets. Like I said, we were gonna have a 3-day retracement. I expected Monday or Tuesday to at least get down to 665, and then Wednesday get down to 655 and give us a bottoming pattern for Thursday's midweek reversal, which is what we're in now. So far, this market maker play, like I said, has been textbook. You've got every different aspect of it. You got your high trap, your low trap, your weekend trap, your fake move, your 3 days in one direction, your midweek reversal. It's been textbook.
Yeah, I think Ada's gonna break down. So yeah, I got a better. I'm out. I'm just gonna take a 5% win on this one. But I think it's just gonna chill back in this range. That sucks. All that volume. I guess people taking profits right now.
Yeah, ADA for me is gonna be like accumulation, if anything. Just buy at these low valuations and then sell into the rumor, sell into the news. They'll buy the rumor out, take your price appreciation, sell into the news. Thing is that the rumor hasn't even started yet. That's what I'm trying to say. Like you can go on right now on YouTube and put ADA BTC, and maybe you'll find one or two.
As BTC OS or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Man,
So the big three will be BTCOS, Core, and Stacks as far as layer twos for Bitcoin go. Stacks is my baby though. Stacks is always gonna get the most love from me.
yo, I slipped on stacks. All the guys in my group were just like, "Yo, man." I was like, "Nah, man," because I hate having I don't like having a stack portfolio. You got a million tokens. I hate that shit, man. So I even because comp used to be my baby, and I mean, I'm so happy that I dropped comp because man, comp just got destroyed. Um, and then in the bear market, I bought Lido at 20. No, it was 44 cents. I bought Lido. And I sold like at $3, I sold half the bag. And then I re-upped at 151, which was a mistake, but it's okay.
For me, Stacks was easy. For me, Stacks, the play on Stacks was that it gave Bitcoin maxis a cycle play that they've never had before. Like Bitcoin maxis have spent the last 10 years talking shit about all altcoins. Right? So when they take profit on their BTC, if you can even get them to admit that they take profit on their BTC, it goes in the stables until it's time to buy BTC again. But with Stacks coming out, it gave them a good utility project to rotate those profits into and still be inside the Bitcoin network so they don't feel like they're buying shit coins. And it worked out. It captured about a 5x to Bitcoin.
I don't know any Bitcoin maxis. Everybody that I know, like they're not like, oh, like they hate alts. I've never met one before.
Oh yeah, it's hard. You go to the Bitcoin conference, it's the funniest shit ever. Bro, you want to have fun? Go to the Bitcoin conference with a meme t-shirt on. Like go to the meme coin conference with like a Doge t-shirt or like a Brett t-shirt or something. Oh my god, the looks. But nah, the hardcore maxis, they're Bitcoin, to the death. And they think that any other coin is a shit coin, including Ethereum.
I don't know how someone could think of Ethereum. So, you know, for me, the one that I started stacking up was BNB, and I'm happy. That was a good move for me, man.
Yeah,
I think
Gabe. It
I
could
think
come
it,
down to 667, Gabe. I'm looking for this to break out just because I'm bullish right now, but it is a bearish pattern that we're in. Right, this rising wedge. So if we take it from the top of the wedge to the bottom, that would be our measured move. So if we were to break out of this somewhere around here, then yeah, even low 661s. But our support that I expect to hold would be 667. So this is the range that you're in right now. But we've got to see that break down. More importantly, we've got to see that support resistance here break down. Not going to lie, I'm bullish, so I want this to hold. But if you want that rescue ship to come get you, that's got to be the first to go.
damn, I thought I was gonna be able to 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 hold on to this ADA position, but I'm gonna get stopped. 5%. It's probably just gonna cover my fees.
It's all good, man. Shooters got to shoot.
Yeah. And I should have actually no, man. It's you know what's gonna happen? It's gonna bounce right off my entry. That's what it's gonna do. Because it broke. It's gonna bounce right off my entry, but I'm not gonna take it out. I'll wait. There's only 2 candles, and those candles are pretty hefty. Yeah, I mean, yeah. So with this candle, probably engulf that one.
Gabe, so on the 5 minute, this is what I'm looking for. What I'm looking for, because I want it to be bullish, is I want it to hold support on this 50, right? I want it to come down and grab this vector, hold support on this 50. What you're going to be looking for that rescue ship is that 13 EMA to cross the 50 and give you confirmation of the momentum shift. Once that happens, it should break the uptrend. And yeah, I mean, that would be the next sort of viable target. You've got enough liquidations there. You've got some EMAs in the way, but I would be in the camp of at least a 667 retest if we break all of that. But for right now, we're counter trading each other. Let's go. I appreciate it, bro.
So what you doing today for your birthday, man? You just chilling?
Yeah, I got some people coming through to the crib.
Yeah.
Friends will be coming in and out. My cousin's coming through. Probably gonna have a little barbecue in the back or something. But I'm gonna play it close to the crib. And this weekend, I'll probably go out and do something.
Cool. Yeah, man. You ever want to go out like to a club or something? Let me know, man. I can hook you up.
Man, I told you I don't pop out often, but I got a lot of promoter friends and shit down here, so there's always somewhere for me to pop into.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm on a bit of a hermit mode right now, crypto mode. You know how it goes.
Yeah. Dbloc is the D Rose of crypto. He got so many like low key fans. He's like, bro, I can't be going out in public like that.
Nah, not even like that.
I
I mean, I've killed that scene already. You know what I mean? Like I've been there, done that. I went crazy in the beginning, bro. Like you see me mad chill now, responsible. I promise you it did not start like this.
Well, I'm right there with you, bro. I wouldn't say I killed anything. I almost killed myself, maybe. But yeah, I
a couple
definitely
times.
lived. And then now it's like every time I'm like, I'm not one of them people like, I'm a straight edge. I'm not gonna do nothing. I ain't gonna have fun. But every time I try to have some of my old school fun, I always got a lesson that comes with it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? A lesson and not a blessing. So it is what it is. I stay out of the way now.
Yeah, I mean, for me, man, like, cause I DJ, man, and I was doing great. The only thing is man, I got a little crazy with the partying, bro. Like, can't do that.
That's part of the nightlife, man. It comes with it. You can't spend too much time in the clubs, man. That shit seeps in.
Well, yeah. Now when I DJ, I hang out for 20 minutes and then I go home. You know.
I'll be right back, y'all. Give me a second. We're going for that vector now. I'll be right back though.
Yeah, I'm seeing. Yeah, yo, Pollo, fucking. I'm not sorry. I've been trying to be real good with these words, but Master Friend was a DJ too.
I didn't know that. I know Kelly DJs, but like I do house, tribal house, and tech house. And I used to do tech. I still like techno, but I don't DJ techno for people. I'm known for tribal house. You know,
I'm
so
a
like,
big hip hop electro fan, but I man, you sound like yeah. Yeah, that must have been a lot.
I'm Puerto Rican, so I do a lot of like reggaeton, hip hop remixes, but like with house, you know.
Yeah, bro.
And
Some of
try
those are
like
crazy.
a lot of drums. Yeah, man, I got the Donkey remix. I'm trying to see if I can get Bad Bunny's crew to come out so I can put it out because that remix is fire. Just getting them to agree because you know it's a remix. So
Yeah.
but,
Yeah, I
but
was
yeah,
trying to
man, I
remember
do.
one of those reggaeton songs this morning. I couldn't remember. It was like the one talking about I can't feel my face. I was like, yeah, that song was stuck in my head. But I was like, what's the name of
That's a
this
remix.
song? I couldn't find it.
That's the name. That's just Shazam it, man. Just but that's a remix of another song.
What's it
That
called?
song I can feel my face when I'm with you. That's a remix of that song. Atang en reggaeton. But yeah, man. I mean, I like stuff that makes booties pop. You know, the booties are popping. I'm good, man. So
I'm a big fan of instrumentals right now, man. A lot of the old school electro hip hop, the remixes, the throwbacks. Like man, like I heard some from like I don't know who Big X the Plugs DJ is, but he had some of them beats, man, which is like it's just too feel good, bro. You be out there dancing on the route, man. But yeah, Master Friend used to DJ too. He said he used to kill it, and that's why he likes TA because now he gets to like change people's lives without having to be in the club scene, and he can still turn up with the crew. I don't know. I think a lot of people who do crypto or do trading used to DJ too for some reason.
I mean, I don't know I guess like I'm not sure about the. You know, I mean, I don't know a lot of. Yeah, because I don't know. I only know three. Well, really, now, well, Master Friend, but I don't know him. You know, I've talked to him one time, maybe that's it. Uh, yeah, Kelly, the TA guy from BitLab. He's a he's a DJ too. He does techno.
Yeah, man, I feel it. Big fan.
That shit sounded like a hospital.
Damn, I can't believe I'm gonna get stopped on this thing. But, it's either gonna bounce or stop me. I mean, like I said, I'm just gonna break even, but since Bitcoin's taking a little relaxer, that's Ada's got a lot of Bitcoin liquidity.
I'm back, y'all. I just got people starting to pop in.
I'm not Ada yet. I'm close, but I ain't not yet. It's fighting. It's fighting.
Dbloc.
See if it makes.
Yes, sir.
If we get that bullish trigger, what are you expecting in terms of reaction to the upside?
Well, I mean, I was honestly expecting more of a reaction, but we popped up so quick that we didn't even build a lot of shorts above that bullish trigger, so it wasn't like as explosive as I was hoping. But I think that we're on a 2-day push to try to get above 2020 all-time high again, personally. So I'm just looking at any of these retracements as sort of like a, calm down spot.
Thank you.
That'll change for me, obviously, data dependent, right? If we start breaking levels. We've done a good job so far of grabbing, holding levels. Like even on the micro here, right? Got above resistance, got above, held, pushed to the next level. So as long as we keep gaining levels, I think we'll be able to get there. I almost wanna, again, if I had a magic wand, then I could kind of paint this thing the way I wanted to. I'd get us up as close to it as possible, somewhere into this vector gap. Grab this vector gap today, and then pop down on Friday, right? So we'd basically come up and then pop down on Friday, maybe retest the support again, and then have our weekend trap right below old ATH. And then this is the important part. I want to break down out of the weekend trap. I want the false move to be down. So it's a 1-day move down on Monday or Sunday, and then a 3-day push into that. I think that's the best chance that we have of really having kind of cooled down RSIs and the most people on board to get past that supply. I'm just worried that if we break up, if we have a false move up on Monday, then it's just not going to be enough strength to break, and then we'll just have to retrace for 3 days and we'll get into some choppiness. Just my bullish bias sort of peaking. But we don't have a magic wand and we can't make price do what we want. So we just have to let this play out.
If only.
If
Thank you for the
only.
insights.
Yeah, man, definitely.
We can go to the offices with a wand called the AR. It's a joke, I'm sorry.
I didn't even hear you. I said something about an AR. I started looking around like, is my camera on? I got that stick in the office.
Now I forget the headphone that I put on. One's good, one's bad, so my bad.
Nah, you're good. I'll be right back. We took that vector, by the way. This is that retest of the 50 that we're kind of watching. Again, you don't have confirmation of that momentum shift until that 13 crosses the 50. Could just be a fake out, like the one we had right here before we pumped. I'll be right back.
All right, guys. I'll see you guys later, man.
See you later, brother. I'll be here later.
Yeah. Good trading. Good trading.
He got his ADA move. I think it's doing its thing.
I'm back for a minute, y'all. Looks like we did kind of fake out to that 50, huh? Go, little Bitcoin, go. Yeah, I got people over now. I put them to work. No, they didn't think they were going to come to a barbecue at my house on my birthday and I was going to be on the grill, right? Not how these things work. Nice little assortment of steaks going on the grill. I just got my butcher box the other day. Got like different cuts of steaks delivered straight from this butcher in Oklahoma or somewhere. I don't know where it is. They send them like freeze dried. So yeah, we'll have a little bit of everything on there.
Yeah, bro. I've been delivering those butcher boxes for the last like 13, 15 something years.
Hey, it's not a bad little
They're
deal,
good,
man.
though.
Yeah. It's
They're
not a bad
good,
little
bro.
deal.
I used to get the Omaha steak ones before. Those were cool. Got them overpriced over time.
Mahaniak, I appreciate that, brother. Thank you. All the birthday wishes. Greatly appreciate it. Little Smokies. Okay, it's official. Little Smokies is back. We're official now. I'm gonna need you to comment, like, and subscribe, Smokies. Welcome home. Yeah, that'd be the best birthday present. I mean, the best birthday present. Have all the old heads come back. Appreciate you, brother. Little Smokey's been here since the beginning. Yeah, more people gonna start coming back now that the shit's, we're starting to pump, man. So people gonna start coming back to the old channel, I'm sure. I appreciate you, bro. Little Smokey's been here through the mud. Thank you, thank you. I may or may not be day drinking today, so could get interesting tonight. Yeah, we set up the Discord first, brought everybody in, and then launched the channel. Damn, that's crazy, bro. You know how crazy that is? Smokey said after like 4.5 years, this is like the first time you actually see one of my charts. We were talking about that the other day. Well, welcome to my brain. It gets a little spooky in here, but right now Bitcoin has one job, and that's the pump for my birthday.
Happy birthday, by the way, man. It looks like BTC doing what you do, man.
Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it.
You know what I'm saying? On your birthday, bro, you giving everybody else a gift. I see, bro. The
Man.
gift of the BTC up.
The crypto gods have always smiled on my birthday, man. I try not to. Let me knock on wood since the day's not over, but typically it's a good idea to have your bags packed by my birthday. Long-term bags. Yeah, nah. Nah, we're not doing that here, Smokies. Grab that invite. We're always going to have a free section of the Discord, too, if anybody doesn't want to end up paying. But when we go into the paid section, it's going to be like $50. $400 in tips is crazy. Yo, somebody came in here the other day and said that he kicked him out of the group and told him he had to pay $3K to get back in. $3K and a public apology or some wild shit. Yeah, $3K to get back in the Discord is crazy.
And that dude's ego.
Yeah, that's worse than a Telegram scam.
Nah, that's crazy, bro. That's crazy. And what used to get me sometimes is like we had people in there doing TA, but he wouldn't show anybody's charts. So he'd be like, hey, if you want to see Dbloc's chart or you want to see BJ's chart, join the Discord. Like we were part of the sales pitch.
Yeah, man. Yeah, you know what? I'll say this. It sounds. I really hope that all your people, they're probably all gonna come back, man. But it sounds like the soul of your old group is, gonna get resurrected. That'd be
Yeah,
nice.
yeah. A lot of people were kind of ready to get out of there. Ewan, you found us. Yeah, bro. New home. We can't play around, yo. We got a year left of this bull market. We got work to do. I appreciate it. We too. Yeah, the only reason I'm even going to have that paid section is just to keep it from getting crazy. You know how it gets. Soon there'll be so many people in here that to be able to just jump on the Discord for free and jump on mic and say some wild shit it'd be too much to resist for trolls and people shilling. You know, I don't even know who's worse, the trolls or the shillers. Let's go. Pepe Coin, brother. Yeah, man. Still heavy in my Pepe Coin position. Based AI. Yeah, trolls are fun. Trolls in the chat. It is what it is. You know what I mean? Half the people that watch you are just watching to hate anyways. That's just across social media in general. But trolls on voice is a different story. That gets disruptive, and at that point, nobody's learning anything. Hella entertaining, though. Yeah, I don't know, bro. Some people are just bad at business. We too. Or they let personal things sort of get in the way of good business decisions. Yeah, we're definitely leaving behind some vectors. For sure. Let's just see how much FOMO we can pull out of this move. Yeah, I'm off that. Only time I even bring it up is when somebody new comes in. Or somebody old, I should say. I'll be right back, y'all. Nah, Smokies, you're a poet and we ain't even know it. Appreciate that, brother.
Maybe he's a rock and roll detective also.
All right. I put my guest on hold for a second. I want to watch this pump. The good thing about having friends that know what you're into. You come to my house, you know there's a chance that Dbloc is going to stare at the charts for a couple hours.
You got people over celebrating your birthday without you, man. While you with
Nah,
these sharks
I got
everybody's
them in
still
there
there.
working, bro. They're on the grill. Yeah, just a few friends coming through. They'll be in and out during the day. My cousin and some family. Thank you, brother. Right? Tell him, Smokey. You don't take profit at the top of the bull market. You might not get kicked out, but you're going to have a stern talking to.
What are your conservative targets for this bull run?
I'm really playing it off of time, but if I'm like forced to give a number, I'd say somewhere between like 115 and 125. I'm basically a double up for Bitcoin from here. That would put us close to a 10x run on Bitcoin from the bottom. 10x would be 150. So it'll bring us just shy of a 10x, I think. But I'll tell you one thing, come August, September, October, I don't care what the price is at, I will be taking profits.
I'm gonna be taking some profits probably a little sooner, or at least maybe half of the position around like May. Before that, they always say, sell in May, go away.
Yeah, yeah. I 1000% rather TP too early during this bull market than TP too late. TP too late looks different. TP too late, you're sitting at the bottom of 30% Bitcoin candles. And I don't even want to tell you where that puts the alts. Let's go get that gap. I'm gonna lie, so far, I mean, this is my birthday pump as of right now. I'll take it.
Hey man, it's well deserved.
Yeah, man, we've been waiting a long time for third quarter. I appreciate that, Kay. Definitely. And all I want from y'all is a sub and a like for my birthday. I appreciate it kindly. Try to get this content out to as many people as possible before the rest of Twitter and YouTube freaks everybody out. Peter, thanks, brother. I appreciate it. Welcome to the family, bro. If we can recover this vector and get back up to this 50%, we'll have officially recovered our entire dip from the false move week beginning. I'm not gonna lie, we nailed that shit the whole way down, man.
Yup.
Yeah, I hear you, Griffin. I try to be on like after 12 for the rest of US session, and then I'll take a break during the dead gap between US and Asia. But then I'm usually back for the Asian session or right before the Asian session when things start to spice up a little bit. That'll change. Right? As soon as it starts popping and our Asian session starts being more active or UK session starts being more active, then we'll switch those hours around right now. But right now, US and Asia are really the two big sessions you want to be watching. You kind of want to be live for. US made a nice push out of the end of their session here. Now we're in the dead gap zone, right? So there's no market makers on duty, only market maker algos running. Actually, some of that pump came after US session. I take it back. That pump came in the dead gap zone. Interesting. We might have some whales at play here, gentlemen. Ladies. All right, let's recover these vectors and see where the intention is.
Friday might be that run for profit, man. We might have that leg up if it keeps being like this.
Yeah, I expect the last leg up to sort of be on Friday and then pop down into that weekend trap. So I want to take some profits on Friday. And then we'll watch that weekend trap and set up for the play after. I'm hoping that the false move out of the weekend trap is going to be down. So if I get that, then that'll be my entry for the next week. Then we can get 3 days of up instead of these 3 days of down that we just had. Get rid of these sessions.
Are you targeting that inverse head and shoulders extension, Dbloc?
Right now I'm really just targeting another attempt at 69.
Got it.
This last vector right here up to like 69 flat. I don't know if we make another attempt at 69.2 until Friday, but who knows? I mean, we could just get an extension today. But I want to clear these vectors and then make another run at this batch right here. Things get different once we get above 2020 all-time high and start to hold. So till then, I have to look at that
Right.
as resistance, you know?
That's true. Yeah, because we're not supposed to have broke it. We
Yeah.
shouldn't have broke that all-time high. Imagine how fun that would have been, watching it break the all-time high again.
And just keep going.
Yeah.
Nah, I'm glad we
Yeah.
got smacked back. When we hit all-time high the first time, my take profit wasn't in August, September, October. My take profit was in May, June, July, maybe even earlier, because the clock starts ticking once you hit that all-time high. Once you start closing weeklies and monthlies above that all-time high, the clock starts ticking to the end of the bull market. That clock isn't supposed to start ticking until after the halving. So luckily we didn't spend too much time up there. We got smacked back down. We got back down to the dead cat bounce. Everything kind of lined back up with the other sessions. That's why I'm more comfortable targeting the later months now, right? I think we made that up, right? It's right translated now back to where it's supposed to be. But for a while there, while we were running, yeah, there was a very good chance that this would have been a shorter bull market, somewhere Q2 of 2025 instead of Q4. But we made
That
up
would have sucked.
that ground. Yeah, it would have cut the profits a bit. It would have cut the amount of time that we had to really go parabolic and all that. So this is good. As much as this 6 months down and sideways is like sucked, it's better for the health of the cycle.
Yeah, initially I thought we were gonna have that quick one, man. I thought I was getting ready to get everything out like Q2 and be like, all right, I'm out.
Yeah.
But now that the way it's like you said, it's been playing out, it is more like through Q3, Q4, depending how it goes, right? When we get there and see what we're seeing. But
Yeah. Once we get going, we just got to get on recession watch, right? We know this recession is coming. We know they're going to try to kick it down the road. We just need to make sure it gets kicked down the road far enough to where we're taking profits before shit sort of hits the fan. Bitcoin's never had to prove itself in a recession, right? Bitcoin's only known quantitative easing. So it had its first test during the bull market, and I mean during the bear market, and so far it's held up. But that real test is going to be if we go into a like legit recession. But they'll kick that down the road. I mean, we're coming to the end of the 4-year cycle. We're coming to 2 more years of the global liquidity cycle. We're coming to 2 more years in the end of the 18.6-year real estate cycle. And these things always have blow off tops before they go to shit. You know, so I feel like we're just in that blow off top mode all the way across. S&P is already doing it. Legacy's already doing it. Gold is doing it. Everything's doing it. You know, that's how you know. And then once everything tops off and everybody takes profit, it's just you get to just sit on your hands and wait for all the shit that you want to get cheaper. All the assets you want, you know, whatever, housing, whatever. Housing is going to take a little bit longer. I think houses get cheap in the next maybe 4 or 5 years. When we get to bottom, then we can just buy up pieces of the earth.
you mean rent it? You're renting from the government still.
It depends.
You ain't know.
You can get your mineral rights. You got to make sure you know what you're getting though when you buy a property for sure. Some people buy properties just to find out they don't own the air above it or the land below it. Basically just own like 2 feet of dirt and whatever house you put on it. But let them find some oil or something they need underneath there. Yeah. Mineral rights is what you want. Property rights are cool. What you want is mineral rights.
The fact that BTC hasn't seen a true bear market, I think when we do go into that recession and we do get into I think we'll have another 95% pullback, which in that like 115, 120 makes sense because then BTC will go back down to that major support. If it's like if it is 15, right, they're on 15, 20K where everyone thinks the bottom is and we're never going below. You know, just how on smaller time frames, I think we'll get a wick down to like 8, 9 and then go instantly bob back up to like 15, 20, and then that'll be it. You won't see that again.
I don't know if we get that low. I mean, we've had diminishing returns on these bear markets. The first one was 89% retracement. Then we had an 86%, 85%. This time we went right to 77%. Right? So we had big diminishing returns on this drop because we got front run by institutions. So the only problem with that scenario of it going down that deep is that BlackRock, Fidelity, Van Eck, they're not going to wait for those prices to fill up. So I have to assume that we'll get diminishing returns on what we had last time. Or maybe if the recession hits, we get exactly what we had, right? Maybe the recession makes up for that diminishing return and we get 77%, 80%. But 95% would be the deeper than any retracement Bitcoin has ever had during a time when institutions are in and everybody's piling up, nation states are piling up. Even if they sell off with the intention on buying back in, that race between them to buy, right? Because it's not just BlackRock. Like BlackRock has to get better prices than Van Eck. Van Eck's got to get better prices than Fidelity, right? If nation states are buying, Russia's got to get Bitcoin cheaper than El Salvador got Bitcoin. United States is going to want it cheaper than that. So it becomes like a bidding war, which kind of stops price from going too low. But we'll see. At the very least, I'm looking for 34 on the retracement to the vector that we left behind at 34, big chunky vector. But I'll take that. After going to 120, 130, coming back down to 34, I'll definitely take that. What's important is not to spend all that bull market money before the bear market comes. The last thing you want to do is get down to the bear market and just be able to afford the same amount that you afforded last bear market, right? You got to compound. And so if you bought one Bitcoin during this bear market, next bear market, you should have enough money to buy 5. And if you bought a fifth of a Bitcoin this time, by the next one, you should be able to be a whole coiner. Whole coiner, in my opinion, should always be the goal at the bear market. Do everything you can if you've never been able to own one entire Bitcoin to get that one Bitcoin. If you can't get that one Bitcoin, it doesn't matter. When you do the math on what the average millionaire, if all the millionaires in the world decided to buy Bitcoin right now, the average is like 0.02 something of a Bitcoin. If every person on the planet decided to get a Bitcoin, it's 0.003 Bitcoin. So your first goal should be to have what's owed to you as a person on this planet, your fair share, 0.003. Once you get that, you start targeting what your average would be if you were a millionaire, right? Once you get to 0.002, now you have as much Bitcoin as every millionaire on the planet would have if they all decided to buy it. And then you move up, you scale up. You know, by the time you get to that one Bitcoin, you're sitting at the top 10%. 90% of Bitcoin wallets have less than one Bitcoin in it. I don't think people realize that. I think that people think that so many people have tons and tons and tons of Bitcoin. The old guys do. But 90% of Bitcoin wallets have less than one Bitcoin in them. So not being able to buy one Bitcoin shouldn't stop you from swinging at it. I mean, now obviously we only have a double up left, but I'm talking bottom of the bear market sort of activity.
Yeah, man. Because that's why maybe like that 95 was a little too much to ask. Cause yeah, you're right though. Because they ain't gonna make it that cheap for people to get in. Like like to get a whole Bitcoin nowadays. Like I don't think. Like
It's gonna get
they're not
harder.
gonna.
It's gonna get harder and harder, for sure. Ascending channel, you said? On the 30-minute? Yeah, I mean, I've got this ascending wedge that we've been looking at. But yeah, if you take the whole price action, I think I may see what you're talking about. Are you talking about this? You're talking about that ascending channel right there, Marco? Yeah. Yeah, I see it. These things do tend to break down, but so does this wedge. Yeah. That being said, we did touch down at the bottom of that channel. Support is support until it's not. So if we get over that 50% of the channel at 69.6, if you're really following this channel, you'd have to target 73, 72. But we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 touches.
Yeah, that's my target right now. It's about 73 before we come back and test something down here.
Let's go. I'm with it. Let's do it over the next couple days, though. What I don't want to do is have a big gassed out move that's just going to consume itself. You know what I mean? Like right now, the pumps are good and all, but we're working on accumulation here. So what we want to do is pop up, create new ground, hold it, accumulate, pop up again, and just keep stair stepping our way out of here. Good, sustainable move. You got it, brother. Yeah, I hadn't really looked at that rising channel, but it was a nice touch off the bottom of it. Very nice. All right, so like I said, gain a level, hold a level, right? Gain the level here, held it. Gain the level here, held it. Gain the level here, came back and held it. So if we're going to keep this pattern going, that we want to see us hold this level. That would be the most bullish. Second most would be coming back down to the last level. But for right now, that's the name of the game. Break the ceiling, create a floor. Break the ceiling, create a floor. Break the ceiling, hopefully create a floor. That's what I'm saying, Rico. Don't blow out my birthday candles. Yeah, it's been good so far, Rico. Got some of the boys over. Put them to work on the grill. Actually, I need to go make sure that they're not over there burning the steaks. All right, that's what we're watching. Looking for a retracement to that level. And then looking to come up and take these vectors. Let me go make sure these delinquents are turning my steaks into bricks right now. I'll be right back. RH, I appreciate you, brother. I'll be back, y'all. Yo, just checking in real quick. About to eat here in a minute. Alright, what do we do here? We lost that first support.
What up, mate?
What's up?
Happy birthday to. No, I'm just joking. What up, family?
What's the word, gang? Nothing, just chilling, just finished eating. Getting these delinquents out of my house now. What's good, Joe?
What up, brother? Can you hear me okay? I gotta get my headset.
Yep, I got you.
But everything good? You enjoying your
Yeah,
time?
man. Good times. Always good times with the homies.
You ain't faded, is you?
Mm-mm.
You ain't all sauced up.
Nah. I'm actually thinking about this the whole time. I was like, I'm pretty sure we put in those trapped longs. So now I'm waiting for a recovery here to see where we'll go into the weekend trap at tomorrow. But this will be the target for the trapped longs. We'll have to do better than that. I think what might happen is we might go down into tomorrow, trap shorts, and then put our weekend trap in between Thursday's longs and Friday's shorts. Still too early to call it though. It's just what I'm thinking in my head right now.
I hear that. I'm trying to get everybody's opinion and then kind of, I'm formulating something. Nothing concrete at all, though.
So far, I have no complaints. That was one hell of a little run today. And if this is all we've gotten so far as a retracement, even if we come down to 675 and take all those 100x licks, that's nothing. I don't know. I'm not sure what Asia's plan is, but we're going to watch it though. Let's see how far we are into the session. Yeah, Asia so far is doing what Asia does and is setting a range here. Where's the first candle? So that's Asia's high and that's Asia's low so far. Is that right? I think Asia's got maybe 0.5% in either direction to stay within its typical boundaries, which is like 1%. But the support so far looks pretty solid. Came down, tested it earlier with that wick, but guess we needed to come down and see if we really meant it. Now we start to break these downtrends, and then we can track this thing on the way up. Yeah, I mean, we have this rising wedge that we broke out of. We deviated out of the top. Now we deviate out of the bottom. We got to see if this is like a straight break or not. We never retested it. But we broke the uptrend for sure. Let's move this out of the way. We know that support is there. We broke out of the top that I was looking at. Just this move from the pivot. This one. Our midweek reversal sort of rising wedge. But yeah, I see the bigger one that you
I'm in Sam's green share right now. He's doing a short one. But I'm gonna ask him if he saw that announcement about Cardano today. See what he says.
Yeah, you should. You should also tell them to look at the imbalances that we have on the 15-minute above price that are going to whip this thing up for a minute.
Yeah, and yeah, I put it in the message too.
Because
Check out the player.
this looks like price is going to come up here and grab these. That one. Maybe that one.
What happened to Cardano?
They're working with Bitcoin OS to basically be the base layer 2 for Bitcoin. So it's like opening up Bitcoin liquidity to Cardano.
Oh.
Kind of like what Matic ended up doing with ETH. Yeah, so I'm already going after this and about. I don't know if I would want to short here. Spooky business. In the past hour, 2,382 traders have been liquidated for $4 million. That's not too bad. Not degening too hard out there. 786,000 on Sol. 367 on Doge. Quarter of a million on BTC. Nothing crazy. All right, that first imbalance is gone. Let me see. There should be liquidations in between here and there. Large orders. Are there any sell orders between here and there? One sell order for 8 mil is the only thing really stopping them from grabbing this imbalance to the top side. I mean, to be fair, I've only been looking at the chart for like 5 or 10 minutes when it comes to even thinking about somebody shorting it, but maybe somebody sees something I don't see. So these imbalances in this candle. So you see how this candle came down and you got all of these people that wanted to transact at these levels. They came down so quick that it left an imbalance, right? It'll leave a print every time somebody doesn't get filled. So when you look at the chart and you're like, okay, all of these rips down left all these small imbalances. This is different than vector gaps. So sometimes you'll get the imbalances inside of vector gaps, and there'll be liquidations in the middle. And then at that point, you might as well just, you might as well just park your bucket there and wait because it's coming. But like when you zoom into these, you'll see like right here. See? All those top orders, while everybody was selling off, they didn't transact. But remember, for every sell, there's a buy. So when it comes back up and people are trying to push price, you've got these bags right here that are waiting to just get picked up because those orders haven't filled. So it fuels the pump. Yeah. Either there were partial fills or whatever, price moved too fast. So it's an imbalance in the order book. Yeah. Or just places in the chart period where price flew through the book. But yeah, that's going to leave your unfilled or your partial filled orders. Yeah, and it won't tell you if it's buys or sells. For every buyer, there's a seller. So it's both. It's just people want to transact at that level and they weren't serviced. Like when I talk about the ice cream truck flying through the neighborhood real quick because they hear somebody's willing to pay more in the next neighborhood, these are all the people standing in the street waiting for the ice cream truck to come back. And part of market maker's job is to fill these imbalances. Not only his vector gaps, not only the orders that he leaves behind with the tick volume and all of that shit, but order book imbalances. Right? It's like the cleanup crew for exchanges. Because there's a gap. There's a gap in the book that got skipped. You can see it even if you look at the book on this side. So you see the orders in the gap are all double digits. And when you get out of it, you start going into the teens until you get back into another gap and you got 30s, 28s, 22s. So if you're an exchange and you don't like to leave any money on the table, remember exchanges get paid off transactions, right? So you don't want to leave any money on the table. You pay somebody to make sure there's no money left on the table. And that's part of the mandate, part of market maker's mandate. Which is how I knew that they would come up and grab these and probably keep going, honestly. There's no real sell orders in the way. At least not standing sell orders, right? At any time, anybody can decide to just sell. Nah, you'll see them disappear. The other day, we had a bunch of imbalance to the bottom side and price kept pumping. And we saw it move, and then we saw it get replaced with large orders. See, the large orders are different. If we put on large orders and we take off the footprint and we take off liquidations, right? So these are your large orders right now. Oh, come on. Doesn't look like much till you zoom in, right? $20 million is, and then these are your liquidations. Right, to both sides. And then these are your order book imbalances. And if you really want to get crazy, you can put on your liquidity heat map. And that'll show you all the orders on the books and if they were there before, if they've got spoofed, how long they stayed. So this chart is being, all right, let me. See? Tells you there was 48 buy orders here. Then it went to 42, 78, 67. And you see the imbalances that are getting left behind as price goes. You shouldn't be confused, man. You've been doing this long enough. It's just the order book. The only difference is that it gives you historical, right? So instead of just seeing this row with all the numbers, you're seeing what it was at each period and the changes. But this concept is easy. I mean, it's basically fair value gaps. Yeah, like other ones will just show you the static number, but it won't tell you like, did they spoof that order 12 times already, right? Do they keep putting 500 and then pulling it when price goes down? And yeah. Best one for that is probably Bookmap though. Like if you don't want to get too deep into the book, Bookmap will show you a real good heat map and make it real easy to see when orders are getting spoofed and put back in. Reason I use this on stream is because it's free. But like anybody watching along can kind of just dip their toes. Yeah, we tried to break out of the top, but Asia came in and kind of put a clench to that. As soon as Asian session came in, we broke uptrend. But we're holding support, so like I said, I'm not tripping. Yeah, you can see spoofs live, but unless you've been watching for the last 6 hours, you can't know that, oh, that guy's back. You know what I mean? Like that guy at 68.5 is back again. And this time he doubled up. Or he's back again, but it's only half the bag. So he's running out. You know, like those type of things. That's the best when you're watching somebody's sell wall just diminish. And they keep resetting it, but they keep resetting it with less and less. You could tell they're like fighting tooth and nail to defend the liquidation level or something. I mean, it's just gonna keep guessing until the number sticks. Nah, family was cool, man. It was mostly friends that came over today, though. Just my boys. That's good at least. Yeah, at least it's not going in like the opposite direction. All right, let's get rid of these market sessions. We know where we're at for now. These liquidations are kind of crazy though. Nah, I had a couple drinks, but nothing crazy. Nah, that was it. I was just zooming out to see the liquidations real quick. These are the licks right here. So this red line, green line, and then it'll show you where, like, yeah. It'll show you by bar where the majority of the liquidations are. Just in case the heat map isn't, you know, your thing. And then these are orders on the books. $330 Bitcoin transferred from Binance wallet to unknown wallet. We like that. Let's go into cold storage. But let's get rid of all of this and let's concentrate on those imbalances. And so that's what we were talking about earlier. Anchored VWAP, get rid of that. It's almost the same concept as vectors, as far as the closer ones having a stronger pull. Right? Came up, cleared this pack right here, got into this empty gap, left some behind. Came back to get these guys. Now you go back to get these guys. What you want is a nice clean push. You know how we always say you don't want it to push too hard, too fast, pause? if you want it to sustain itself, is because it leaves all of those imbalances behind on the way up. It used to be a lot more difficult, let's just put it like that. Because before you'd have to look at the number that was available on the books, see what actually went through, and then see if there was an imbalance or not. So you'd have to look for the differences between what was on the book and what was on the candle. So it just saves you a little bit of time. The heat map is better on the macro. The big liquidity heat map is like better on the macro. Yeah. You see how like similar to the vectors, you come up, you pump through here, you leave all these imbalances. You gas the move out, you run out of liquidations, you run out of any sort of gas, and then you start coming down through your vectors, through your imbalances, through your liquidations. Getting some aggressive selling here. Yeah, sometimes, so like all vectors will leave an imbalance, but not all imbalances will leave a vector. That makes sense. So you're gonna find imbalances inside of vectors because price moves so fast when the market maker like steps on the gas. But you'll find imbalances in candles that aren't vectors. If I could get CoinAnk to just give me vector candles, oh man, that'd be great. But let's get off of these 1 minute candles here and see what's going on.
Ooh. Are you on BT? Yeah, you are on BTC.
Yeah, we're looking
Yeah,
at BTC right now.
I'm like,
We're low.
literally.
We're like low time frame right now. We're like on 1 minute, 5 minute time frame.
Yeah, I'm on 1 minute as well. I don't know. I don't understand this chart at all. But I was just never mind. Go ahead. Keep doing your thing, brother. You're pretty much answering what I'm looking at.
No. This seems like the last of the real like big imbalances that were left, right? We left this one, this big one. And then I guess this one probably close enough to come get. But you'd have to come all the way down to 676 for the next one. Right? So that's when we go to the regular chart and we look and we see if there's any gas to get us to 676. 676 would be right there. We've got some liquidations to get through. Right? So then you start to get the confluence. A little small vector on the 1 minute. and then a batch of 100x liquidations down to about 676, at least right here, this chunk. Right, so if you really wanted to get in depth now, you'd go and you'd draw this empty area and then go check your time frames. Yeah. There's a non-zero chance that it comes down, clears this vector, and then comes back into the range. If we don't get retail to sort of sell off. No real buy orders here, though, honestly, to kind of pick this up. You got 4 mil sitting at 6775, 18 mil sitting at 677 flat. Notice half whole and half numbers on where your orders are stacked at. We were talking about the other day.
I don't know what kind of strategies the group partakes in exactly. I'm learning, but at moments like this, I know for where I'm at in my trading journey, I'd be looking at some some possible scalp shorts on BTC alone, or I would actually be, because how we were talking earlier, hunting for some positions, depending on what happens here, right?
Yeah.
Like this might be the time to buy the tickets to the train.
Yeah.
If it plays
If you were following the scalping strat that I try to, my fake out prevention strat that I try to tell people when they're new to use, you'd be in this short since 681, and you would have just got your confirmation to stay in the short now.
Yeah, I did switch to your moving averages, your EMAs, by the way, and it's been working wonders.
Nice.
Yeah, like I probably don't even notice how good, like, you know what I'm saying? Like it's doing so good. It's like,
Nah, I mean, just in this run up, we've had so many fake outs. Like, look, it would have stopped you from getting faked out here. It would have stopped you from getting faked out here. Again here. And you would have finally got out at 682, and you would have taken your short at like 681.
yeah, if I was paying more attention at the time, I probably would have caught it. But I did catch a good little scalpy right here, that I'm positioned for in case we do get some sort of dump.
Yeah.
Just risk management.
Yeah. Revix, yeah, I was just talking about my specific 5-minute scalping strategy. I can't even say it's mine. It's pretty popularly used. But yeah, I mean, the last time you would have been thinking about getting out was on this run up to the 15. But your 13 EMA didn't cross, so you don't have any confirmation of momentum shift yet. That would be when the 13 crosses. But that's if you wanted to squeeze everything you could out of the short, meaning you wanted to run it until it was like the momentum was completely dead on it. Obviously, what I tell people is when the EMAs are, when you're far away from your EMAs and you're starting to get these gaps, is when your first TPs should be. But the 13 is the confirmation that I use on the 5-minute. When I tell y'all that I like to be part of the poll, not the flag, pause. I like to be part of the impulse, not the hope part of the phase. The hope part of the trade. Like right now you're in the hope part of the trade. What I mean by the poll, not the flag, is like this is the poll. Right? This is your impulse move. That's what I want to grab. Once you get into the flag part of the trade, where you're basically just flagging out, no, maybe it'll break and maybe it'll. Cool. I don't like to be part of this. Sometimes having patience is cool. It'll play out. I'd much rather take as much profit as I can at the bottom of the pole. And once we get the break, if we do get the break of the flag, then I'll add to the position and I'll write it down further. Or the opposite in reverse. But somebody that wanted to swing this into like as long of a short as possible, they'd be waiting for confirmation of that momentum shift. The 30-minute, yeah. One of my favorite time frames, actually. 30 minutes showing weakness. We're testing the 50 now. But this support resistance flip so far, for all intents and purposes, is pretty much held up. Right? This would be the first time that we body underneath it. And there's still a minute left to see where this body closes, but I keep saying it, like support is support until it's not. So you prepare for the break, but until it proves to not be support, you should be prepared for the uptick. Which is why I say it's like the hope part of the phase, the trade. You're stuck on one side or the other, long or short, hoping that price goes in that direction. But all in all, this is a bearish pattern. Right? This uptrend has to break, retrace, consolidate. Question as to where. What we're hoping is that we can continue to hold these levels. Right? Ceiling turned into the floor, ceiling turned into the floor, ceiling turned into the floor. Yeah. At this point, I'm expecting a higher low even on a retracement. I'm not expecting anything that breaks the uptrend. Just a nice slow grind. Exactly. OL. A nice, slow, healthy, sustainable grind. Something that we don't have to retest a million times, you know? But right now, this is for people in trades. This is definitely not a take a brand new trade zone, in my opinion. At this point, you've already started building your short and you're trying to figure out if you're supposed to hold it, or you haven't taken profit on your long and you're trying to see if it's going to get a continuation or not. But to be opening the position at this point just for a relief rally up that might just be a higher low to like this vector, maybe would be a target, but you're not playing off any patterns. You're not a lot of liquidity in between here and there. Doesn't seem like a whole lot of sentiment right now to push. If we put on the tape, I'm pretty sure it's dead. Yeah, look. We're getting weekend numbers. Less than a Bitcoin, less than a Bitcoin, less than a Bitcoin. And so without the volume, without the pattern that's going to get retail involved, I wouldn't be swinging at this. If you're already in a trade, then we know what we're watching. But if you're not, sometimes the best trade is no trade. Fernando, thanks for the sub, brother. Appreciate you. You're long from 67,985. Okay, so you're swinging at like the reversal, basically, right? You're just playing the relief rally. Yeah. Well, for you specifically, what you want to see is this 13 get above this 5 on the 5 minute here, above the 50, sorry. If you can get this 13 and the 5 to cross above the 50, then you'll be pretty good. The question is, what are you going to get? Like I said, at this point, with the volume we have and the liquidity that we have above, I would guess probably just going to get a retest of that uptrend, like a confirmation of the break. Something that comes up to this vector, retest the break, and then maybe a continuation. All that can change, though. All right, we need is a couple of Asian whales to get active here. We're in Asian session until 3:30, and then UK will come in and they'll set a more boring sort of trend, but they'll hold their trend at least. See, that's what we want to see. Random people just jumping in. Like, look, the entire book is dead. Less than a Bitcoin, less than a Bitcoin. And this guy comes and buys 25 Bitcoin at 68 for no reason. And then this guy comes and snatches the liquidity. All right, give me a second. Everybody's leaving now. Let me let everybody out. I'll be back. I'm back, yo. Not a whole hell of a lot. Nice.
Yeah, I'm here on the phone with FEMA just to see, see what we can get going. But yeah, I'm rocking out with y'all.
Just waiting for that push. I think we get one good push at 69 too before the weekend. Nice.
Yeah, brother. I was gonna say like here, let me turn this down a little bit. Oh, here it is. Yeah. So like what I've been doing with my strategy and where I am in my trading journey is I'm focused. Can you hear me? Can you hear me better?
Yeah, I got you.
Sorry, man. Yeah, my headset was off, or not off, but pointing the wrong way. Yeah. So where I'm at, and, I love hearing your opinions. Um, where I'm at with it is I've learned how to long. You know what I'm saying? I got pretty adept to what I like to do with those. And so I never was really all that good at shorting. So I'll be honest with you, bro. I just practice my scalp shorts like a madman. That's all I do
Mhm.
is short now because I just hold my long. You know what I'm saying? And I stayed. That's I basically almost like I wouldn't say overtrade my shorts, but I'm just getting so like you know what I'm saying? Like when you start trading, you
Yeah.
get so long oriented. Now for me, it's like my longs are and I'm smashing those. Like I like holding them at this point in the market, but like these shorts, man, that's where I'm at with it. So that's why if you ever hear opening and closing, usually 90% of my trades are shorts. That's why I wanted to get very good because it sucks in the beginning when you learn trading as I was. I'm probably I don't know where I'm at in this journey, but I'm definitely not no expert or able to teach nobody. But where I'm at now is like the shorts, bro. I wanted that as my part of my toolbox for so long because just having to only go long and understand that it was just man. So yeah, anything that you see me doing, brother, I'm just basically practicing shorts to the point that it probably doesn't even
Nothing
make sense.
wrong with that. Hedging those long positions, man, so you don't got to move them. It's not wrong with that.
That's it. That's it. Thank you. Somebody was talking about hedging last night. And that was a hell of a conversation. If anyone was here for that, you know what I'm saying.
Yeah. Trying to dig in a little more to this Cardano BTC news right now. Yeah, I know. I felt the same way when I woke up this morning. Uh, Bitcoin OS, basically layer 2 is going to be running layer 2 on blockchain, um, where you can develop for Cardano basically and deploy on Bitcoin.
I'm
So
amazed.
rumors are circulating of Cardano ending up being a layer 2 for Bitcoin. Yeah, I don't think Charles will bow like that, personally. Knowing Charles. Well, go look into it. Bitcoin OS. Yeah. It's basically going to be the third leg, like core and stack. I'm more of a stacks guy personally. I've got a little bit of core, but stacks is the only L2 to outperform Bitcoin this year. I hear that.
Well, I guess while you look at the video on the Twitter, pay attention to the facial expressions on the guys that are sitting in the chairs behind him. They almost are priceless.
Should have seen my facial expressions when the news popped this morning. I was like, "Excuse me."
Yeah.
But we did take a look at Cardano. It had some good volume, but Cardano BTC is one of the ugliest things that I've seen. Next only to, ETH BTC at this point.
It was kind of fun.
Yeah, we're gonna keep getting those dominance pushes, Peter. Bitcoin breaks all-time highs. That should be the top on dominance. That's why I haven't trusted any of these BTC D tops while we're still underneath all-time highs. Yeah. Nah, it's all good. The other we had we had to talk about it the other day. We're like, if we're ever gonna get monetized, we all gotta be, because I'm like that too, bro. Just an old trader, bro. Like, you already know. You don't even think about it and it just comes out. But yeah.
Brother, if you're from that cloth, man, give him a pass, like not a pass, but give him one of those community member stars where it's like we're working.
What's going on, Monster?
That's a cool background, brother.
Yeah, we'll build our tribe organically, man. It's gonna be dope.
You, I mean, sorry, what a story, brother. Like, man.
Crazy.
Tony Evans, that sounds so familiar. But I mean, it's a familiar name, but still, Tony. Okay, yeah, I probably have seen his stuff. Yeah, I'm Dbloc here is well, I ain't gonna speak for this dude. Happy birthday, brother. But
Appreciate it.
I come from the not nearly as prestigious, but I'm homies with Crypto Lifer, and he runs with some pretty, he's starting to network pretty well. Crypto Face, Grant Cardone, or is it Gary? Yeah, they. Man. Oh, man, here. I missed. Oh no, sorry. Let me go. My bad, y'all. My bad. I'll be right back. Well, not. I'm sorry.
You're good, bro. Mm, yeah. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Risk management. They've got risk management sort of figured out already. Yeah. 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 Oh well, the green and the red candles are 200% the tick volume of the last 10 candles, and the blue and the pink are 150% tick volume of the last 10 candles. Mm. Yeah, I only really use the EMAs because it saves me having an extra indicator. I've always used the 3 to 5, the 5 to 13 and the 50. But the vector candles keep me from having to do math, which I love. We hate math. So yeah. Bro, I don't. If you were to tell my high school math teachers that I would end up trading for a living, they'd laugh at you. That's what you got to do, man. Yeah, communications major here. So I know that. I know what you're talking about. I eventually went into psych, but my first 2 years, I was a communications major. I wasn't doing shit. Funny when I think about it now that double major in communications and psychology, and then I end up doing a live stream on crypto trading. Kind of full circle if you think about it. Yeah. Yeah. We're going up for this last vector here, guys, that we were talking about, but be careful. That might just be the retest of the break. How about I made stuff on you? 4 years, Pep. Stupid decisions as a kid. We used to buy a bunch of shit off of Silk Road. Like we wanted that good UK weed and shroomies and stuff. And somebody came and was like, yo, magic internet money takes your real money, turns it into internet money. Poof, nobody can trace it. Obviously, like complete opposite of what Bitcoin actually is, right? But that's how it was sold to us. So we used to just spend fucking Bitcoin, buy Bitcoin literally to buy something online. And it wasn't until years after that, 2013, 14, when I started to see what Bitcoin was doing, like prices wise, and I was like, oh shit, you know, like
Yeah, I
this is
feel that,
actually
brother.
going to be something. And then I stepped into the first bull market and got wrecked, like everybody else, right? Bought into the top, held it all the way to the bottom, and then for some godforsaken reason decided to, knowing nothing about the cycle, right? Nobody around to tell you about the cycle, tell you it's going back up. Somehow I decided to put everything else I had back in at the bottom, and it just happened to work out. And then from there to now, I've tried to figure it out so it can be more skill than luck, you know?
I love how everybody's got to have this like life, this specific kind of like, yeah, like the life has to play out a certain way. You're a bit of a DJ, kind of just didn't pay attention, didn't, you know, and then now,
There's no reason for me to add at the bottom, bro. Like I should have just walked away and been like, that would have made sense, right? Everybody tells you it's a scam, it's a scam. You're making money through the bull, you're talking tons of shit. The bear market comes and you're down hella paper, and you don't even know that a cycle exists. There's no reason in hell for you to think this thing is gonna go back up. But yeah, sometimes those crazy moments, you know.
um,
Yeah. Nice. So you're one of the lucky ones that came in and actually had somebody that at least somewhat knew what they were doing. Yeah, bro. I had to stump my toes and hit walls. That shit was not fun the first couple cycles. Yeah, I hear you. Brother, it'll make you would be sick. You would be sick if you thought about like, 2014. Yeah. Yeah, just thinking about it make you sick to your stomach.
You can always laugh when people break down the math on like some of the toys they bought years ago. And oh man, $2 million.
Bro, it's not even about toys. I'm talking about buying some Bitcoin to go get a quarter pound of bud online and having like 3 Bitcoin left over or 2 Bitcoin left over and using it to get like a t-shirt or some stupid pipe just because it's change. Fucking ridiculous, bro. It makes you sick to your stomach thinking about that shit.
It's crazy.
Or the Bitcoin faucets, where all you had to do was get on, sign a captcha, and just drip Bitcoin. Yeah, those were the days. I don't remember that specific one, but there was so many. Yeah. It got to the point where it was just and they started giving you less, and then people just kind of stopped. Yeah. Hey, BTC Live, what do you mean max price for BTC? What, for this cycle or for today? My bad, I'm just trying to answer a question on the chat. Yeah, we're always live.
Always. Well, I can tell you one thing, guys. When Bitcoin was just small, I was competitive on SETI processing power and rainbow tables and writing all kinds of codes, putting it out on computers everywhere, and taking first place in. But looking at it afterwards, holy crap! If I just did it, I would have been mining Bitcoin.
Right now. Those are the whales at this point. The old miners are the whales that control the Bitcoin cycle at this point. At least the major pivots. Yeah, yeah. Fine. That's funny.
You actually same thing as like selling CDs out your you know what I'm saying, out your trunk. You were in the crates, my man. I'm with it.
Live, if you're talking about for the end of the bull market, I'm shooting for like 115, 125. But I'm taking profits based on time, not price. It's possible, but August, that would be a lot. That would be blowing the market cap. That would be blowing the market cap up to like 15K though. I mean to like 15 trillion.
But
Yeah,
let's
we
say
have a year. In my opinion, we have a year after that. Where I'm taking profit is August, September, October. August, September, October 2025. If we're at 200K, hats off. But if I had to gun to my head, put a number on it, it'd be somewhere in the low hundreds. Nah, I tend not to hold. I tend not to hold during the bear. But don't worry, my money always comes back. I don't spend it on stupid shit. It's always coming back at the bottom. I don't know. I'm gonna go on a nice long vacation. I'll still be online, but I will be playing the weekly swings. And for me, it's research time, right? Because for me, I really, where I really go to work at is the bottom of the bear.
Mhm. Yeah, see, that's what my problem was. Like, I was here for the last bull. You know, in I would say it was towards the beginning of the bull, but you guys been here for many cycles, so you understand how this really works. But I didn't understand what a bear was. Like you said, I thought it was just gonna keep going up. Like everybody was ultra bullish. Hey, um, I fell for that. So now for me, I just learned to just be a level by level. Like I don't even really much try to predict price. I don't even really know how to predict price, to be honest with you, other than like like actual. Yeah,
What's wrong is when people tell you what's going to happen without asking you what time frame you're even thinking about. That
yeah.
drives me nuts.
So, but I'm talking about the bull. You guys remember, everybody was ultra bullish, and I mean, it's fine to be, but there was people who were losing their whole reputation online. Everybody on Twitter shut the hell up. You know what I'm saying? Like it was funny. Personally, oh yeah, listen. Yeah, but the thing
Yeah.
is, I hung out in the bear for a while, but I got bored, man. And like, I mean, I stuck. I mean, I didn't stop with TA. I love TA. I just always paid attention. I
Oh, we
always
had a trip.
everyone
We had a trip in the bear in here. We
keep it
got
high.
into some DJ ass projects, got wrecked together,
Yeah,
trauma bonded.
uh, high coin, bro.
Yeah.
Bro, there was. Hey man, that's what I did. That's what I did. I doubled down on my education, and now I just wanted to be able to look at charts and know what I'm seeing. Like understand the language. That's it. Like, and then I'll go from there. I'll trade rice if I have to. You know what I mean? Like I don't care if it's chart, I'll trade. Yeah, like, exactly, brother. Yeah, you heard me, bro. I'm only running shorts just because, bro. I mean, why would I ruin my loans? You know what I'm saying? And I can practice the shorts because, like, so you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm a trader right now, probably in a very unique position where you talk to me, I'm always shorting. That's crazy. Like, you be like, bro, you're gonna stop? Like, no, bro. Why would I
I,
ruin my entry?
I hear what y'all are saying, but y'all know that like 80% of the
Totally.
people that are going to get wrecked during this bull market are going to get wrecked because they're going to try to short.
Oh, okay.
We're about to go parabolic where things are going to get irrational. I'll be
Hey,
right
man.
back, yo.
And that's why I love this group here because, like, all you guys have the experience. And it's great. Bro. Like, you come from what you say, Eric Brown? Peace. That's crazy. I, yeah, man, and that's why like I don't like the two no one's horn. But my dog Lifer, like I met him in real life just because I did him a favor. I didn't. I was just learning TA, and he was coming to my city. And he needed some help with some stuff, and I was like, hey, I got the opportunity to help him out. We've been friends for years now, and his progression's been like very helpful in mine. I'm a UPS driver. I work 6 days a day, 6 days a week. But I feel it coming where maybe that's not going to be the case no more, and I'm just ultra dedicated, trying to play it right. I'm not trying to burn, like crash and burn. Yes, sir.
I didn't even Hill, I didn't even think about trading full time until I had at least 3 years saved up of all living expenses.
Bruh, I thought I was gonna pour into my IRA and my Roth, bro. I knew, man. I thought that was just all I had
Hmm.
to do for next till I'm 65, and I'll be okay. Man. I know what you're saying, man. I I like y'all's story, especially your story, bro. I'm gonna take notes if you don't mind. Yeah, yeah, man, it's great. Yeah, man. That's mm. Jesus Christ, bro. And I'm learning just about society as a whole, psychology, just going on my hero's journey, man. And I will say that it's this TA stuff, like just being around my other UPS drivers, like they think it's like the craziest thing in the world. They're asking me just about stocks. It's like, brother, I don't really like investigate stocks like that. I just kind of look at. I can show you my phone here where it folds out into a tablet, so because I like to see, and they're like, "What?" But it's it feels good to like to know that you're learning and you learned over the years, and it's something, you know.
We're
Yeah,
still pushing up into that vector, yo.
I know I'm
Yeah,
watching it,
just
man.
you know what, just rely on the TA, man. Rely on learning TA. Like
Yeah,
all of these courses with the get rich quick schemes or the like easy way out, so the easy indicator that's gonna show you everything. Like one thing that saved me when I got wrecked is that I had a foundation in TA and I could get it back.
right.
Right. If you're
Right,
gonna
right,
if
right.
they can't take what you know. You could lose it all. You can make a dumbass decision and lose it all on a leverage play or something and get wiped. But they can't take what you know. If you understand how this shit works, then you'll always be able to make it back.
See, and that's what I learned from just starting with little small dollars, like $5 here. Like my positions, I take pride in starting them off at like $14, like and then bringing them up to a couple hundred. It's just like if that's something, I don't know what that is yet, but like, that's something. I love it. Psychology, right?
It's the
It's
psychology, bro, and it's dangerous, right? Because when you first start trading, you lose $100 and you feel that until then the third or second time you don't feel it no more, and then it's $1,000 to feel that sting,
it's
and
like
then
that
10K to feel that sting. So you got to be careful not to let it, get out of control like that too. And remember, $100 is still $100. Look how much money you have.
this is how I think about it, right? If it hurt, like okay, like it reminds me of that analogy where they said like the elephant that was like tied to the post, since it was a little baby elephant and it never ran past because it never knew past the post.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's like
Stop trying.
I think I think that for whoever you are as a trader, that's your like little conscience to tell you you're gonna go too far, and you really can't go past that because once you start to see the numbers that you're not used to seeing, it's gonna hurt. It's gonna make you switch up, and it really has to be the pace to where the numbers you see. Like that's why I think decimal psychology for me, which I'm kind of like trying to play with in my own mind, is like the decimal. The decimal itself is the psychology. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just kind of, you know what I'm saying? How is it that I can take forward, turn that to 20? Man, you got a $25, what is it, $14 trade that turns up 400? Like, you know what I'm saying? And that's one of my, you know me, I just made another account, D, and this is a lot of contributed to this channel, brother. Like, being over there listening to Crypto Lifer, that's the homie, but like, I can't talk to him like that. There's nowhere for me to go to sit down and
Yeah.
really get the game and become a student of this.
Well, what is it? What is it that say it only takes 20 double ups from $100 to get to 1 million? Which is true. But that doubling up that $10, it doubling up that $100 to $200 has a completely different psychology than when you're in that last trade
No
that has half a mil on the line.
no
And it's the
position.
same double up, but the psychology is completely different.
No position that I have open right now is over 50. Well, till just now, it's over $50 margin. Nothing. And every one of you, and I'm just saying this is from my trading journey.
Yeah.
I can't teach this. You know what I'm saying? I don't even know if this is it. This is all
My
about
my my
life.
advice honestly is ramp it up until it gets stressful.
Yeah,
When
that's what I'm
your
doing.
emotions start interfering, dial it back down.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Years, yeah, ever, whatever.
What OL said in chat is true. He said that that double up, you can do that starting off with higher risk and going into lower risk. And honestly, that's how I've played this bull market. I started off with super, super low market cap, gaming, AI, meme coins, got those 10x's, 20x's, 30x's. And some of that money literally will just sit in Bitcoin and get me one more X. And you're like, well, damn, why you only going for a 1x? It's like, yeah, but I'm 2xing the 50x that I just got at the beginning. You know what I mean? Like at some point you go into wealth preservation mode. So I had a barbell strategy through the whole thing. Heavy Bitcoin, heavy secure, um, Bitcoin, layer twos and sort of beta plays and shit like that. And then memes, low cap gaming, low cap AI. And it seemed to have worked out. This market's been different though. The speculation started so early during this run. I've never seen that high level of like just people willing to throw money at memes. But no, at this point, you don't want to do that. Oh well. I mean, you usually don't see that until ETH starts to sort of make its run and Bitcoin season starts to come to an end. But we came out of the gate running. Hmm. What I mean is during this cycle, we got speculation right out of the bat. When Bitcoin hit 15.5, typically people go Bitcoin heavy at the bottom and then start to siphon into memes. ETH got skipped completely. People went right into Sol, Chainlink, AVAX. Like the speculation started almost immediately. And that to me, and that ended up to me, the height of it was when people were doing pre-sales, $1 million pre-sales on pump.fund tokens. I was like, okay, look, guys, this is like the highest level of fucking stupidity that I've seen in a long time. There's no way in hell we don't retrace from here. Yeah, Solana took meme game and put it into the hands of the people. You couldn't go on Ethereum and take $10 and turn it into $20. You got eaten alive with gas fees. On Solana, you could trade in and out of these things for under a penny and just go nuts, micro scalp and go crazy.
Okay, pack pancake.
The meme coin casino, man. Utility got overlooked, and I understand why. Excuse me.
Oh yeah.
I understand why utility got overlooked. The type of retail that was back at that time were the ones that remembered Doge and shit. So when they came and bonk, so when they came back looking for memes. And once the smarter 200 IQ, let's say for lack of a better term, traders who usually sit in utility, saw all that liquidity go into memes, we jumped ship, bro. We went towards where the liquidity was. And utilities, if you notice, just absolutely ran flat. Nothing outperformed Bitcoin. Only 10 old cycle coins outperformed Bitcoin during this. Only 10. Bunch of new cycle coins, obviously, but old cycle coins, yep, only 10. You had to be spot on with your picks. Yeah. Excuse me.
One of the last.
Some sort of whale party that we weren't invited to. And it was the GSC era too, where people were all worried about the environment and Bitcoin's sort of effect on the, it's 10 to run 4-1 to Bitcoin historically. So I understand why people mess with it. It's just not sexy, Nah, no. But oh well, you were asking if you started with 10K. I honestly wouldn't be looking at memes that are under half a billion. I'd be looking at the top memes, the ones that retail are going to be able to come in and grab. Exactly. And then I'd go into a couple of decent projects. Some Chainlink, some AVAX, some Near, and not even a lot of I would maybe keep my bag to like 5, 6 coins at most. We were looking at that the other day. Someone in here was playing on spec. I can't remember who it was. Yeah. But just so chat knows, percentage wise, how tiny a percentage is that of your overall bag? Yeah, that exactly. Yeah. That's what I want to kind of show people. Like, even when we're talking about some of these highly speculative plays, yeah, yeah, yeah. Look into based AI. Based AI, and I don't even mean buy the coin. I mean, look into the tech. It's pretty interesting. End-to-end encryption
Oh, sorry.
for AI agents. It what they got going seems like it's gonna do well. But I just think it's interesting. I think the tech is interesting. Mm-mm, not off the top of my head. I hate those things. You know.
Yeah. Like you auto into the- Mhm.
Yeah. For me, I'm trying to get in front of all of that and just go right to the deep end projects. Because the amount of computing that they're gonna need to pull all of this shit off is not gonna be cheap. Hmm. Yeah, yeah. Oh, excuse me. Uh, Oh yeah, I go for it. I go 4 to 4. I don't hold anything past 4 years. Oh well, yeah, that's a horrible idea, brother. I'm nobody's dad, but taking 10K and putting $100 on 100 different 100x possible plays is not how you want to do this. I know the math sort of makes sense. You're like, some of them will go, some of them won't. That's a horrible thing to do at this point, brother. You can safely get that 10K to 10x by the end of this bull market and turn 10K into 6 figures if you do it safely. There's minimal risk. Well, those pullbacks are how you're going to get to the 100K. because taking profit and then recompounding down on those 20% drops on Bitcoin, 30% drops on Bitcoin on the way up, that shit adds up. Yeah. Oh well, just look at it. Look at it like this. Oh well, there's a lot of tokens, right? But at this point, it's too late in the market to be looking at all of them. You need to be looking at what's going to be easy for retail to buy when they come in, and what's at the top of their narrative. Retail is going to do two things. They're going to come in. The smart ones are going to go on CoinMarketCap, shift it by narrative, see what the top 10 is, look at their phone, see which ones are available, and they're going to slap the green button on the cheapest one of them. The uninformed retail is going to come, open their app, and just buy the cheapest thing on that. At this point, that's really, it doesn't matter what you think is going to work. It doesn't matter what's actual real tech versus fake tech. With a year left, the only thing matters is what does retail think is going to work and where they're going to put their money. Man, that shit is a cabal coin, bro. That shit got listed way too quick. Market cap blew up like crazy. Yeah, I don't trust it. What I'm really waiting for is for base to list, bro. Look like a year ago now, maybe 10 months ago now, I came to the group and said, look, these utility coins are dropping at ridiculously high valuations. They're leaving no meat on the bone. It's all fucking people that got in way before. VCs are waiting to dump on people. Memes are coming out fair launch. You know what I mean? It seems to be sort of an answer to that sort of like, you know, good boys club that was going on with the VCs. But then, like, y'all know, like maybe 3 months ago or 4 months ago, I came and I was like, look, it's a wrap for that. We turned into what we were fighting. Meme coins turned into that. That cabal turned into the VCs. Those Boom coming in at $1 billion valuation, being listed on 5 different exchanges on the same day. Like, this is not regular organic shit. Yeah. For for now, the way I'm playing it is still weighted heavy in memes, but I'm in the, you know, I already told y'all my strategy, top 1 and 2 market caps on each blockchain. That's it. I'll run the dogs against each other. Each blockchain has already picked their mascot at this point. It's to the point now where if you have a blockchain, you need a meme coin, and that's your mascot. Base got itself a mascot before it even had a damn token. Yeah. And then all that other shit underneath is like, for me, in a whole separate category. Because for me, it started with the way that Solana backed Bonk, and then Solana backed Dog with Hat, and then all the base money that's behind Brett. Like they've come to realize that if you've got a blockchain and you're trying to spark up interest, the best way to do it is to build a community around the meme coin. You bootstrap them early, fair launch coin. Everybody gets in early. Now you've got them. Now you're trading Solana memes for the whole, you're not going anywhere. You made a shit ton of money on Dog with Hat. You're probably still on Solana, and most of your value is probably locked on Solana right now. So yeah. It's brand loyalty.
Word is born, yo. Happy born day, son.
What's going on, fam?
Chilling,
Appreciate you.
chilling.
Appreciate you.
What up, man? You know how to swing through. Say what up.
Just hanging out, man. What's up with you?
You know, man, just grinding over here, plotting and grinding and mining and all types of fun stuff.
Nice. What are you thinking? You in any positions?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just in my Ethereum bag. Still got that. Very small dose, nothing substantial. I got my W, the warped pond, and a little bit of pork and a little bit of PNDC right now. I had to go back to my old school shit.
Yeah, I hear you. Oh man, the swamp is murky, but they're out there.
It's never left, man. It's been around.
The shit just went. This is the Wild West.
Dude, some of those shits, man, you'd be surprised. Man,
No,
you'd be
hey, let me
surprised.
tell
That's
you,
what my
they've
country's
got
telling me.
some good little schemes running. But you know how it is. It's musical chairs. Like you just got to be out before the music stops. The chat said, what's up, Drew?
What up? What up?
Oh yeah, and we're trying to keep the F-bombs to a minimum. Just repeat it now that Drew's here, because Drew has as much of a hard time as I do.
Oh, yeah. All right. No doubt. No doubt.
Getting close to monetization, man. I screwed up. I didn't know that you had to keep the videos underneath 12 hours. Right? So I was running, I had like 6-day long streams going. And we hit the view hours on YouTube like within 2 weeks. What I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna do it in sections, right? Because I have to keep it under 12 hours. So I'll get up when I get up and I get on for the afternoon. It'll be a new stream, and then when I get off between the sessions, I'll switch it to the next one. And then at night, I'm thinking I'll just put a different thumbnail for when it's just gonna be Discord audio. You know what I mean? When nobody's gonna be on, type of shit. So that way it'll be like 3 streams per day. It'll keep it underneath, and it'll be easier to go back and listen to. So like some of them I kind of watch for like comedy, mostly. Like, nah, blood. I like blood. Blood's more fundamental, right? Yeah, I like blood. But nah, like the Bit Boys and the like those dudes are always jokes to me. It was bad. If you've been watching him for a while, you've seen like the changes, and it's a yeah.
It's all relative though. Some people would say it's a downfall, and some people are like, "Yo, look at him go!" And they're like, "Go, big boy, go!" You know, it's relative.
It depends on the clout, right? Because he's a clout demon now. So in clout terms, his name has way more buzz right now with all the negative shit that's happened. But as far as your reputation goes, it's like, yeah, it's different. Hey, next level. What's going on, brother? Yo, we had everybody come back. Little Smokies found the channel today. Next level just popped in. That's what's up. Yeah, that's why I watched. Yeah. These are retail indicators to me. BitBoy, crypto banter. Like this is PvP, right? So you want to know what they're telling you. So I put it on every day and I'm like, okay, this is everybody's gonna be scared today. This is what they're pushing. This is the news cycle. Rex, what's going on, bro? I'm not at my charts right now. I'm mobile. Or I would check Casper for you. But
Yeah,
I
like
don't know, man. I judge. Go ahead, Drew.
I was just gonna say, like you were saying, it's all about getting out before the music stops because some of these DeFi protocols, they spread out money. As long as
Mm-hmm.
you're following every step, some of them have really weird steps you got to follow, but you follow those steps, it's like, damn, these motherfuckers are printing money for you. But when the music stops, it's like if you're not out, it's like all that money's gone. It's like it's not realized.
Yeah, sort of. It's like the node projects too from last season. Buy a couple nodes. Node gives you 0.5% of this coin. You can either compound it or yeah, it's that sort of thing.
Cartesi, I was making big money with Cartesi master nodes.
Yeah.
It was giving
Master
you like
nodes are
800%.
legit. I'm talking about these virtual nodes that they came up with in DeFi summer that were just based off of nothing. Yeah, master nodes are decent. The master nodes provide security to the blockchain. Mm-hmm.
I remember when they tried to do like a news show. You guys had that
That's
one dude.
basically what me and Drew been doing for like 3 years. All right, it looks like Asia's gonna stay within their 1% range here, guys. So we know the play. 3 a.m. UK comes, we'll test 50% of that range and see what market maker has planned for the rest of the day.
Yeah, I think shit's gonna.
Yo, y'all that are waiting for 12 to download COD, y'all know y'all could just set your VPNs. You could have just set your VPN to the first time zone and been playing it. My homie's been playing it all day.
I don't play that.
COD is the devil. Once I start playing COD, I get kind of
Yeah, I haven't played for. I think last time I played was with you guys here.
with us. Yeah.
Yeah, on
Bear
Discord.
market activities, bro. I'm telling you, we had fun during the bear market, but we found shit to do.
Good. Yep, that's true, man.
We got into NVIDIA Metaverse token, scam token during the bear
Yeah, a
market.
little bit of poker too.
Yeah, some poker. Yeah, plan on being here for the next bear too. I can't wait. Except this time, I'm gonna make sure fucking people listen to me when I start bringing down these gems, these low caps.
Yeah,
So we killed
bears.
it this year.
You got time to do research. I like kind of always
I
checking
love
out
it.
news articles during the bear market. Things are quiet, seeing what people are working on. It's getting developed, new
Yep.
technologies.
See what chimneys are smoking and which ones are quiet.
Yeah, right now shit's about to start getting cooking. I mean, we never know. Could be up, could be down, but things are gonna get. I think volume's gonna start increasing, especially since elections. There's gonna be a big fucking election. It's right around the corner.
Bro, it's my birthday indicator, bro. None of that other shit matters.
It's birthday indicator, but plus
my
with
birthday indicator. Yeah, all that other stuff is frosting and candles and
frosting on the birthday
sprinkles.
cake.
Yeah, straight up. But yeah, no, I hear you. I mean, we haven't even started quantitative easing yet, officially. The
Like,
money's
I'm
flowing. We're
gonna go
getting
grab
the
this
cuts,
brand.
but
Oh, I almost slipped. I gotta be careful.
you're good, bro.
I'm gonna go grab this brandy though, since it's your birthday. Take a little swig.
Yeah, let's do it, man. Let's do it.
And y'all, I can't. I've tried to do it. It doesn't work with trade. Damn, dog, I work. You know me, D. I work. You see me. I be on the truck. I'll be on there 6 days a week, brother. Every week, you'll see. And I'm still in there. Every chart. You know what I'm saying? I was gonna ask you, what's up with the ADA? Are we supposed to be looking at it? Because I've been hunting this thing since we've been talking, and I'm wondering if
What with the what now?
ADA Cardano. I'm just
No, I'm watching to see what effect it has on the chain. I need to see activity go up. The problem with Cardano is that there's no daily active users.
No.
They're short on devs. Their devs are top quality because Charles doesn't really mess around with who he brings on. But Charles isn't very liked.
Here's the question.
So the chances of them working directly with Bitcoin Foundation aren't. It's not. So it's more likely that this Bitcoin what's it called, Bitcoin OS, somehow the rails will be on Cardano for the I posted the video in chat if you guys want to look at it. But I had, it's my birthday today, so I haven't dug into it too deep. I have people over.
Of course, you got to take care of priorities, festivities. But do you see 44 cents though? That's my question. I'm busting mad.
Oh, I don't listen until I'm sure about this having actual effect on the price because remember they could use Cardano, it could not affect the price of Cardano at all.
44 cents, bro. That's it. 44 cents.
Where's Cardano at right now?
30, 34.
Well, it'll get to 44 by the end of the bull market if that's what you're asking.
I'm just saying, I'm busting numbers down, bro, over here, bro.
How long? What's your time frame here?
Oh, to the end of the book, to the end. Like I said,
Oh, yeah, bro. Stop. Listen, just stop panicking, bro. You're straight. You're gonna get 44 cents. You'll be fine.
That's what I'm saying. So I don't have
Yeah.
a position now since we.
Nah, Cardano might get a 3x, maybe. That's as far as I'd be willing to push it. 2 to 3x.
Take my 50K by the end of the bull. I'm cool with that.
Yeah, 2 to 3x, and that's pushing it. But I wouldn't want to go further than that.
We'll talk about it tomorrow. I'm sure we got days to talk about Cardano.
Yeah, it's ugly, bro.
Yeah,
My first big.
I was gonna answer.
But
one.
listen to this. What if it is my bad, Drew? What if somehow they did pull this off and Charles did pull this off somehow and they end up rotating it, even if it's just the focus to a Bitcoin layer two. Wouldn't this suppression make sense? I'm not saying it's possible, but let's just imagine in a world where it is. Then look at the chart. If this thing manages to go, we're gonna look back at the chart and we're gonna be like, fuck, of course, look,
Yo,
this
I
thing was
looked at
suppressed. This thing was suppressed and accumulated to try to get off the bottom.
Mm,
Yeah, yeah. I hear you. I'm not a Cardano fan, at all. Yeah, yeah. My bad, Drew. I didn't mean to step on
I
you. I
don't know.
just
You're
wanted
good.
to
I was.
shout out
I
before
cut
the
you off.
person.
You're good. I cut you off. You're good.
Listen, you at least know where to set your stop loss with Cardano. Let's put it like that.
there we go. That's what I'm saying. Nice little position. Very small, very modest.
Very demure. Yeah.
Like I said, when it comes to the longs, bro, I think just because I told you, Virgo, pattern recognition, been playing video games since man. Like to me, like at this point in my trading, it's just games, bro. Pattern recognition, taking all the TA that I've learned from every one of y'all. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, crypto phase two. You know what I'm saying? Like and the education, bro. You just put it together, and sometimes you just see a chart, and then you hear some news, and you're like, wait. So you mean if I throw a little something on this? Okay, I'll let it ride because Cardano was the first coin I bought years ago that actually did something. I forgot about it. And when I came back, I was like, wow. So it would make sense in my story that Cardano would be something.
Listen, you talk about drinking and trading. What you don't want to do is drink and listen to Charles, because you'll buy some Cardano. You're gonna buy a little. You might sober up and regret it in the morning, but yeah, yeah. It's like listening to Michael Saylor for too long.
It might be. I'll be honest. It might be the only
Happened,
crypto that I've ever
happened. No, no, I wasn't.
ever like real points. Had no problem selling Cardano.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. Like I said, we'll talk. I don't even know what it does.
There's nothing definitely. You can never say it's definitely gonna do anything because there's nothing definite.
That chart is just ugly too when you look at it, And we can go in history and find charts that did that and just bleh. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. 0.00, and not even before that when it got stuck at like 0.03 to like 0.008.
I have a feeling for that coin just because I watched MDX short it to oblivion before I got any money out of it. So I was just like, yeah, that was a funny story. MDX crypto when he shorted Doge to the ground and he just laughed away.
we were we were in Discord. We were in Discord that day. My bad, I didn't mean to step on you. We were in Discord like that week leading up, telling people it's a sell the news. You know, the number. You know what's funny is that if you remember before on Doge Day, Twitter ran it up to 42. It was 420.69. Doge Day was on March 2nd, right? So it was 42. Ran it up to 42 cents. Doge Elon Day on Saturday Night Live was supposed to be 69 cents. That was the target. You know, so we told people like, look, on the day of this thing, don't buy into the hype. And then Doge to $1 literally started a day before. All the Doge to $1 memes started coming out a day before Saturday night. And then people bid into that, just like they bid into the Bitcoin to 100K when we rejected off of 69. I promise you, when we get to just like I told y'all, we were at 74 and we got down to like 48, the amount of FUD, Japanese yen trade unfolding, all these news articles coming out, just like we called that before it happened. I promise you, when we get to the top, you're going to see some of the most bullish news you've ever seen in your life. That's going to have you all but convinced that Bitcoin's going to go to $500,000. And while they're printing those articles, they're going to be taking profits.
We'll take advantage of guys like me when I was up there and Doge was pumping. I remember I looked back at my order book, 57 cents. I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna help this shit break that 69 fucking big buys, big buys. Oh, sorry, man, I gotta be careful. But
Nah,
big buys, I was trying to help it, you know. I was like, let me just be
we
part
were
of it.
emotionally
I got
attached
some
to
money,
Doge.
let me
So.
pump it, you know. But then I kept on trying to sprinkle. And by the time I got to 14 cents, I was like, nah, okay, let me take some profit. Rode that shit
Not gonna
all the
lie,
way up.
we all got emotionally attached to Doge though. It wasn't just you. Like that hype was real during the end of the cycle. My theory has been for a while, and I mean this could be 20 years out. But the same way that we've seen L1s fold into L2s for Ethereum, as soon as Bitcoin's blockchain sort of scales out, I mean ZK roll the big news, forget about Cardano and all that. The big news was really that the ZK roll-ups on Bitcoin and the implications for the scalability after that. But I can see a world where every project is either an L2 or an L3 on either Bitcoin or Ethereum, including Solana. Yeah. So there really is no need for all of these, especially when you look at AVAX, something like AVAX, like the layer 0 sort of thing they're running, where you've got all these L1s underneath. It's more efficient. I don't know if Solana's going to be able to stay online during the heat of this bull market. I don't think given cheap gas fees, given the proper speed, and obviously the security it would provide, I don't think anybody wouldn't do anything they're doing online right now under a Bitcoin or Ethereum blockchain. It's just the gas fees really that people care about. They would immediately opt for the security of Bitcoin or Ethereum over something like a, over a Solana. It's just the money. Yeah.
Yeah, they're not too fluid though, and they're always on like either the Taproot layer. They're not really on Bitcoin's layer, so they're kind of not really attached to Bitcoin on the layer. But yeah,
For me, it's just for me. For me, it's just the fact that it gives maxis somewhere to play where they don't feel like they're dealing with dirty shitcoins. When they trade stacks and they trade sats and they trade, rats and they trade ordinals or they trade runes, they still think they're within the Bitcoin ecosystem, so they don't feel that ick.
but you know what's interesting with Taproot and a lot of these inscriptions that are put on Bitcoin, these other projects, is think about it right now. Bitcoin's supposed to be solid money, and it's supposed to have its a finite supply, not an infinite, a finite supply, like a limited supply, right? But now when you have all these dApps, you can actually make micro satoshis. You can have all these other things that, all right, even if it's not technically a satoshi or a micro satoshi, buying volume is going to get thinned out and diluted within its own ecosystem. So even though people are cheering on something, it might not be constructive for price action for all these things that are cheering on to bring on people to work on Bitcoin. At the same time, it's actually congesting Bitcoin too. So there's an argument about that. Like, is it actually that productive and that good for a long time holder that's been trying to dump his bags? I don't know.
I think the benefit that goes into it, like the way that they offset that is by saying miners need to be able to make money outside of mining for the future security of the blockchain. So they've made during this year, exactly. So during this year, they've actually made more money on transactions than they have. So yeah. So I think that they see that negative, but they're offsetting it with like the security of payments for miners in the future.
I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I don't know.
Tell them, Jew, Bitcoin is zero.
They're going to be using Solana and Ethereum, my man. I'm sorry. People are going to be holding Bitcoin. They're going to be storing Bitcoin and like just letting it, sit. But I think people are going to be using Solana and Ethereum. Yeah. Yeah, I had NFTs before NFTs were NFTs.
All right, I'm back in the office, y'all.
I had artwork on the blockchain before NFTs were even a thing. I didn't even put two and two together like that. Oh shit, this is an NFT because I'm authenticating images on the blockchain.
Wild West, baby. Just a bunch of kids digging around. You know what I mean? All right, so we're coming down. This is that support that we were watching,
Bro,
y'all.
I don't know
Yeah,
if
what's
you can
going on?
hear homeboy, or if you can hear us, Dbloc.
Oh, my bad. Hold on. Let me see if my volume is correct here. Hold on. Sorry, I moved to the next PC.
Block, can you hear me?
Check. Okay, yeah, I got you. I had the volume set down on the master or whatever.
All right, you know how inscriptions were like new this last year?
Yeah.
Well, they really weren't. All it was is the same way that Satoshi himself wrote the message in the first blockchain transaction, and that was, Chancellor on the brink of second bank bailout. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like Drew was saying, they've been
They're just reviving
recurring
the word.
images. Yeah. Yeah,
Making
everything gets
But
that market buzz.
So the Solana people all came over to Bitcoin during the bear market. And that was because of the NFTs and when they can do ordinals and stuff. So there was a big shift of like in Bitcoin where like the Solana people were coming over and talking to Bitcoiners and figuring shit out through the Bitcoiners.
A lot of the NFT money went into Pepe too.
Memes, yeah.
A lot of that's because Pepe was being pumped over by what's his name, the Beeples. People created a whole culture out of that.
My main thesis on memes and NFTs are that the PFP NFT sort of crowd just moved into memes. And I don't even mean like moved into memes. I mean they literally tokenized the NFT, and instead of having individual NFTs with different rarities, everybody has a fungible copy of that NFT that's either called a Pepe or that's called whatever.
Yeah, but when you go to buy a Tesla bot here in about 5 years, at first they're just going to have these bots, right? But soon you're going to have AI agents, and then you're going to have your own coin. You know what I mean? You're going to interact with other agents, and you're going to have your own currency. So you might as well start making your own coin right now. You know what I mean?
Well,
Everybody should have
when was it, Drew? Like a year and a half ago, 2 years ago now, that they had the first machine-to-machine Bitcoin transaction. Not even going to be your coin. Your AI agent, your bot, is going to have its own currency that it uses to transact with other.
Well, that's exactly what that project I was saying earlier that I had brought up, the SIS or whatever it is, spec or whatever.
Yeah.
That's having an AI agent working for you, like in crypto. Like, I don't know, you could bring it up on CoinMarketCap, go to their website. But yeah, it basically anything you want crypto related, it'll do. Like if you wanted to go through a whole contract, it'll audit the contract for you. If you wanted to create you a meme coin, it'll create a meme coin for you. You can have it buy every time it gets under the 200 moving day average, and your wallet's connected, so it gives it auto buy for you. All these little agents, then you can sell your agents. So you built your little agent. Somebody doesn't want to do all the work that you did. They just go and purchase it, and now your agent's making money now.
A lot of that's available right now, especially buying like AI bots that are triggered on like things like each.
So
Based AI has that Keck bot that's voice prompt activated trading, basically.
Well, the first marketplace for AI bots was actually what's that weird dude Ben with the Singularity Net. Remember that?
Yeah.
That was an AI bot for open source, like for selling bots.
Guys, Bitcoin dominance is looking scary. I'm at the charts. Let me go over this real quick.
That doesn't matter anymore, really, dude, because Bitcoin dominance can still go up.
It does for the alts.
I think it matters.
It matters for the alts.
Yeah, alts are getting wrecked.
but when new money comes in too, though, when retail starts coming in, Bitcoin dominance isn't gonna matter.
Yeah, but we're talking about right now and people's
Well, it's
alt
because everybody
positions.
know. Yeah, everybody's selling their alts because they know Bitcoin's gonna do this move.
Retail, Bitcoin down, BTC up. Just watch your alts, guys. Watch your alts and look for dip buys.
My shit's pumping.
Yeah, in my opinion, it most definitely matters which
Bitcoin's been
direction
growing.
dominance is going when Bitcoin drops.
Be careful with your leverage catching a fucking knife.
What are you in, Drew? What you said? You said yours is pumping.
No, nothing.
War,
Dominance is
war mine,
pumping.
but yeah, mine.
Dominance
I gotta tell if
pumping,
anyone touches
Bitcoin.
mine, be careful because it's its contract is kind of weird.
But
You see that though?
I was just
But like
curious.
Bitcoin's dumping while the dominance is rising like crazy.
Yeah, that's what I was just saying. That's when it's bad for the alts.
Yeah.
Bitcoin down, dominance up is bad for the alts. A 1% Bitcoin drop will give you a 5% alt drop if dominance is pumping.
Yep. But
Yeah,
I've
Dbloc,
noticed
do
also,
you ever think of getting the what's it called, the transmission up on X2 so you can monetize there?
Yeah, I thought about it, but I'm just trying to build everything out. We're gonna build. Discord's getting big, YouTube's getting good. We'll monetize here first, and then once we get that settled, we'll, you know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
Don't want to burn it out. Just grow it organically.
yeah, but there's more people that are in crypto on X than anything.
Yeah, I'm sure. For me,
And I think
size isn't the priority right now.
but if you're gonna get monetized, might as well build it all up right now, so you're not trying to do one at a time.
You could also do parallel at the same time.
It would have to be because I'm actually trading. So unlike other influencers that can add another 3 hours, 4 hours of work, yeah, we're not doing that. You got out of there, Gabe? Coming to get you.
The UK right now, ranks. They're about to open up. Normally, they dump into the market after Asia.
We're still in Asian market until 3:30, at least in market maker sessions. Yeah, we're only halfway through the Asian session, which is kind of weird to see a fast move like this. Makes me think it's just gonna eat itself up.
Especially in Asia.
Yeah.
Yeah, besides the quick trades and like daily, weekly, monthlies, like I think everyone should have at least 3 or 4 of those ones. Like if you get locked up and go to jail for 5 years or something,
And you can't touch it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think what are the coins you're gonna want to just be like, all right, those are the ones. I think it's so smart to accumulate those ones. Like me, I just think Ethereum and Solana right now. And I used to hate Solana, but I'm just like I'm blown away by how fast it is, and like just it's crazy fast, So I don't know.
Easy and cheap. It's easy and cheap, and it's good for small transactions. But if you wanted to send $5 million from one place to another, you probably
I'd
wouldn't
rather use
take the
Ethereum
risk.
or Bitcoin.
Yeah, you probably just wouldn't take the risk of doing it on Solana. That's
Do it
why
like little
the total value locked on Ethereum is insane.
doing like $50,000 pieces or something like 100K.
Yeah, and then I'd still be nervous, bro. I'd still be looking at them.
Dude, I'm nervous sending anything over 10,000 even on ETH.
Yeah.
That's just because I'm a Bitcoin guy, though. But yeah, it's always sketchy when I'm not in Bitcoin doing shit because I don't do it as often as Bitcoin. And then I was trained by a freaking maxi, so like, dude, I kind of like regret sometimes listening to him because like ETH was like the devil to him. So like if I ever bought ETH, he would have like not teach me anything type of stuff. So like, oh man, like I watched ETH go from like $1 all the way up, and I was just like, oh my gosh. And this guy's like, it's a security. I'm like, I don't even know what a security is, bro. I don't care. I just see number go up.
Rhythm, thanks for the sub, brother. Appreciate that. Dom doesn't look like it's done.
What's the all-time high? 62% dominance. Oh,
60
this
is what we
sideways.
would expect. Like traditionally, it'd come up to golden pocket retracement from the dump, which is sitting right around 60. Dominance has always been a question to me because of the ETFs, right? The one thing that's got me still kind of thinking, okay, it'll be normal is that, retirement funds and pension funds aren't in yet. But when those fuckers come in, they're going to give us a floor on dominance that we haven't had before. Those are going to be like 30-year long holds, right? They're not coming in and out of Bitcoin.
No, like
They're
BlackRock's
definitely not jumping into alts and, things like that. So,
well, certain alts they are though.
well, not your pension funds or your retirement funds. Like
No,
those
they're
are going to
getting
be long-term holds of just Bitcoin.
Yeah, they're getting more into like AI type of stuff that helps them out with their company type of stuff.
Yeah, so speaking of this DeFi weird stuff, there is a spawning event that's happening, and there's $2.3 million in this test tube right now. And the only way you can get it's first come, first serve. It's crazy. And there's $2.3 million. Everyone
Y'all
jump in
want
that.
in on that test tube, son.
I'm telling you, man, it's crazy. It's nuts, dude. Like last time, a lot of people got a haircut. Like this one dude I know, he like lost all his money trying to do it. But me, I was able to get 2x on my shit. But it was like what, $40, so I only made 80. But whatever. Right now, I just got all this free mine tokens, and these guys got $2.3 million in test tubes. So I'm like, all right, I'll press the button.
I hear that. In and out.
What's cool, it's not just that, like when you look at the blockchain, there's a Dune dashboard, so you can actually see. It's like, are these guys lying? Is there $2.3 million in here ready to go, like on a smart contract to be triggered off the fucking off the spawn button?
Yeah.
And yeah, man, it's real. It's a real deal.
So much money, yeah. The level of
Remember, I saw
degeneracy to me is like that shit. I've been surprised like this entire time. Like I know we
yeah, they got
degen, but crazy.
they got the
surprises me anymore.
yeah they got the wallet up to $23 million now. I think, or 24 million.
That's nuts, yo. We were just talking about earlier about the pre-sales. Remember when they were doing pre-sales on pumped out fund tokens? So they had like almost $500 million in pre-sales on this.
Remember the
On
ICOs?
nothing, on air.
Remember the ICOs?
Yeah, I mean, at least those used to drop at super low valuations with like plenty of meat on the bone. But at least they pretended to have some sort of, most of it was vaporware, but at least they pretended to have a use case. It wasn't just like a monkey.
There was some ICOs that raised like 50-60 million dollars
Yeah.
off of nothing. Like it just said coming soon. There was a website one time, I remember it, dude, because somebody bought it and I was like, you're gonna lose all your money. This dude bought a coin and the website just said coming soon, pre-sale here. And there was no like people talking about it, no nothing. There was $20 million raised on like this 3 days. And then it had a countdown ticker, and the countdown ticker came, and it was a 404 page. The guy shut the whole thing down.
Oof. I mean, you don't even got a scam now. Like Book of Memes got $500 million in pre-sales, and then launched at $1 billion valuation plus, with 5 exchange listings on one day, centralized exchange listings on one day. Like that level of degeneracy, and not only degeneracy, but like cabal backed, well backed degeneracy. Right? That's not just like a random meme coin.
That's being pushed by Alex Schultz, Howie Mandel's son.
Yeah, that thing smells nasty. I never got involved with Bohm.
No, that is literally like Hollywood cabal shit. That's Doc Hollywood on Twitter. And that's Alex Schultz. He's married to Jackie Schultz, Howie Mandel's daughter. I've done business with him before. Just stay away from Hollywood people. That's it. Any project Hollywood's pushing, they're making tons of money on it.
Bro, I don't even like influencers. I'm definitely not gonna go to where they're born.
No, and he just had the Hawk Tua girl up on a podcast doing holding the book of memes and shit. like a physical book too, because they're all about marketing and like making money on shit like this.
One thing I will give them is that being able to get on those centralized exchange listings does give them more of a chance of actually doing something versus.
Well, it's because the connections have already been made.
Well, I'm sure. I mean, like I said, seeing all that list on, we've been in this shit for a while. You don't get listings like that on all the major exchanges on the same day, on the day they launch.
Takes money to make money.
Yeah.
They're all in on it. They know what's up.
All right. 50 EMA retest on the 30-minute. Let's see if Dominance says any. Nope. Dominance does not care. Dominance says, you know what? I'm about to remind you guys why I'm Bitcoin and why you're not. But you are experiencing the last sort of gasp of Bitcoin dominance. This has been one amazing run during this year.
What if we do hit that 60 and get rejected from there? Oh my gosh, the money's gonna flow back right in.
Yeah. Let me show you. I'll show you my why I think it's gonna be. I think it's gonna be at 60.
I would say just because everybody else is looking at 60.
Well, the reason that most people are looking at 60 is because
All the history
dominance
too.
will come back up. Yeah, you know, it's the golden pocket. So we come back up to golden pocket and we test. I mean, we tend to retrace. But we have diminishing returns on the bottom though, for sure.
Look at the
so.
years that did that too. So go back every 4 years and see where it was at every 4 years at the halvings.
4-year cycle. Ah, gold.
You
You guys
guys
got to
think,
give
though,
me a
you know,
second
we have-
to enjoy gold. Just a second. 'Cause
You guys think though, even though we can see that the 4-year cycle is kind of starting to, be steadfast, do you think that it's actually, one of these, maybe cycles is going to have a hiccup and, be a 5 or a 6, or maybe something shorter next round? Like,
yeah, we've already gone.
4.
Unless we get to 150, like right now, right? Not in time wise, because it's stuck. It's trapped right in between global liquidity and the political cycle, right? So for me, two things have to happen for the 4-year cycle to break. One, the U.S. dollar can't be the reserve currency anymore, right? Our elections can't control global liquidity. And two, well, that would control the global liquidity cycle. So the global liquidity cycle would then change around whatever country's reserve currency when their elections are. And then that might have some. But what is going to happen is we're going to keep getting less and less, right? We're supposed to be 85% retracement. We got front run at 77. We just talked about how pension funds and retirement funds aren't in. So once they come in, you can expect those bear market retracements to go down to 60%, 50%. And then our top side also, if we get to 150K, which is, it's possible, but we get to 150K, that's a 10X on Bitcoin this year. Nothing compared to last bull market. And next bull market, it might just be a 6X. And then eventually it'll turn into like the S&P, where it'll slowly just crawl up and to the right forever, but not those amazing, huge, spectacular X's that we're used to. I give that like 5 cycles though, which is
We'd have to
a
be at
long
what,
time.
like probably 10, 15 trillion, maybe 20 trillion market cap for
I
it to
mean,
start like having that effect.
Just think like when Bitcoin gets up to $500,000. Let's say we do 100K this time. Let's say we do 250 next time. Let's say we make it to 5, just for round numbers during the 3rd cycle. By the 4th cycle, the retracement on Bitcoin you're going to be looking at is 200K Bitcoin. Like at that point, it's out of the hands of normal people, right? You're getting people that are just accumulating. Number of Bitcoin on exchanges goes down to nothing. People tend to just trade Satoshis at that point. It becomes, the store value that it's supposed to be. But like I said, that's, if I'm thinking 5 cycles, 4-year cycles, that's a long time from now. And by that time, we'll just go down the list. We do it now, right? When Bitcoin starts to run out of X's, right now it's probably only got 2 X's in it, maybe 3 if, market cap goes crazy. And if that's not enough, then you move down. You move up the risk scale and down the list to something that gets you more X's.
Basing this not this market cycle but the next one will be even crazier, because the people are actually gonna, if Trump gets elected this cycle, people are actually gonna realize, like, oh shit, we're actually pulling out of the national debt. The people that are like in Bitcoin, they're all getting wealthy and everything like that. I think there will be a big shift into like how elections are going to be ran, and in 4 years, just imagine where AI is going to be too. Like, are we even going to elect a person?
Bitcoin reserve changes everything. That Bitcoin strategic reserve. If we manage to get, let's play it forward. Let's say Trump gets elected and they really start accumulating Bitcoin for the strategic reserve. That'll probably be during the next. Yeah, that'll probably be during the next bear market, which will probably be about the time that your retirement funds and your pension funds have already done their year-long watch. Right? They've already brought the proposals to the board. We want to put some money in Bitcoin. But these are retirement funds and pension funds. They're going to watch Bitcoin perform for a year. They're not jumping in on the first year of an ETF launch. But that second year, they'll come in. So if you're talking about that type of money, plus the government accumulating, you're going to have one hell of a bull run. But my concern is that those are three entities that aren't selling at the top of the bull market. They'll just continue to accumulate.
Oh, then you got the people that are already going to try to factor in the price too. So you got people, and then all the money that's going to be pulled on those pullbacks are going to be for infrastructure of electricity to keep this thing going and AI going. So there's a big shift on like electricity right now, of like nuclear power plants and everything, and mining in general. Like,
The
this shit's
point,
expensive,
the,
and electricity.
the point I'm trying to make is that you probably got 2 cycles left of being able to sell your Bitcoin for a good price, buy it back, and compound before it gets to the point where it's going to be sketchy to sell because you might not get the retracements you're used to.
Because we're still learning what the fuck and do with it too.
Yeah. But right now, I like to say we're early. I wish I could tell people that are just coming into the market right now to buy the year early, but I can't, because that would be doing a disservice to all of us that have been here in the bear market. They were early. You're not extremely late, but you still got time,
But this is what you never know the people's time frame. So you're always early to this game in the long run. And if you just tell them, if they're going to buy, just dollar cost average, because it's always a good time to buy, because in the future where we're going,
Yeah, just for this cycle though, like, on here
They're looking short term.
I really try to preach 4 years at a time here. Just because I know that people are coming in and missing out on that compound when you can't afford to, meaning when you're really trying to build wealth, like, yeah, you can't do that. So as long as we keep an eye on the cycle, keep an eye on the health of the cycle, and we can safely take profits and compound our coins, we're going to do it until that opportunity is gone.
Yep. The trend's your friend until the trend is no more. And then we short it.
What's good, chat? How are your alts looking out there? I know it's not pretty. Let me see. I haven't looked kind of because I don't want to.
Is anybody in the chat in an alt that's actually going up right now while everything's going
my warped pond coin's going up. That's on Solana. W pond on Solana.
Okay.
You're doing better than everything on my list. Link is up 1%. Pepe Coin. Let's go, Pepe Coin. Pepe Coin's up 2% in the midst.
Yeah, but click on Pepe though, because it'd probably be pulling back from something higher, maybe.
No, not that. It's not the big Pepe. This is the Pepe Coin that's attached to Base AI. This is the original Pepe Coin from 2016.
Yes, I like that one.
What else?
That was weird that one didn't get pumped for when the other Pepe started coming out.
It got that stink on it, man, from when Hillary got on stage and started talking shit about Pepe during the Trump debate and screwed their whole sort of deal up.
It did. It did.
Yeah, I'm just on a weekly. I'm up 200% this week, but it's on a bull flag, so I didn't sell because I'm loco. You guys know me. I won't sell bull flag.
No, I hear you. That's good though. I like those coins sometimes that don't care what BTC is doing.
My gosh, these altar at the bottoms.
Oh no, these things. I mean, if you want to, I mean, we're talking like
These are the older ones.
if you look at, yeah, we're just
Wow.
talking weekly retracements, like,
Yeah.
and these are quality. Like this is where I'm focusing right now. Well, I'm focusing on quality utility projects that are ridiculously low valuations for no good reason. Look, this is Beam Bitcoin. Look at this consolidation that's going on. Like, if that's not a floor, or at least more of a floor than this chart has literally ever had in its existence.
This reminds me of 2016 with the pump and dump groups. They would go and find shit like this.
Yeah. Nah,
Remember
Beam is like top. Is a pretty
Oh.
top quality gaming project.
Beams
Though.
actually was doing pretty well, huh? It hit 20.
Yeah, I mean it's holding. It's really holding its value against Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Right now, I'm just trading into relative strength. Right, if you're not at the very least holding your value against Bitcoin, I can't even really look at the project. It makes no sense. I might as well just hold Bitcoin.
3 weeks ago, about 3 weeks ago, it hit 11. So it almost doubled since then.
Nah, those Beam dip buys were great. The super dip buys, all the gaming dip buys, bro. I didn't buy one. I didn't buy one gaming project on a dip that I regretted. From the list that that we usually look at.
Mm-hmm. The only one that really hasn't done like much, but it will is Lithium.
Somebody in chat said, "What about VRA?" I'll take a look at Veracity, yo. I was really like, I was team Veracity at the beginning
I
of
used
this
to love
run.
that token, yeah.
I remember
No
that.
more. When they went from a 10 billion supply to a freaking 100 billion, that was it, man.
Yeah, we had one fake out of this downtrend, but I mean, we're at bear market lows, guys.
Yeah.
For Veracity right now. Again, it's gonna have its run. It will, just like the rest of the alts. But with Bitcoin dominance doing what it's doing, it's scary to see this thing at bear market lows. If Bitcoin happens to drop 5, I mean, I'm not expecting it. But if Bitcoin happens to drop 5 or 10% right now with dominance where it's at, this thing is gonna lose these bottoms. Yeah.
I think it's gonna get bought up too so quick.
Yep.
Look up spec.
You're gonna be flipping Cardano now.
Yeah, I was looking at Cardano. It ate back that pump that it had earlier from like the early news adopters or whatever.
And you came up with that, and I watched that video. I'm like, oh shit, now I'm bullish on Cardano.
I'm watching it. It's on the list of
No,
things to watch right now.
it
But
will catch on, and then because people love talking about Cardano, man.
that's because there's a lot of bag holders. I'll be completely honest
Yeah.
with you.
It's pulling back since I bought it. I bought it at 11.28 today. I bought the top. Yeah, I'm a good trader. I just bought it because I'm just buying it.
This isn't bad, Joe. You're already getting like parabolic curve out of here.
Yeah. It's down that much, and it still has a $12 billion market cap. That's pretty crazy. What the hell was its market cap when it was at fucking $3? That's ridiculous.
Way too much. Oh, this had to happen, bro. Things were already at way too much of a blown out valuation for what they were.
I bought it to use it. I'm not buying it to make money on it.
Parabolic curve pulled out. I'd watch that supply at 12 cents, but other than that, bro, I think you're just gonna reach out and grab that. There's really not a whole hell of a lot between here and there.
I bought 500 too because I needed 500 for what I needed to do.
What is it? What's the ticker?
Spec.
Spec.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like decentralized AI autonomous bot agents.
This is what I like to see on these parabolic curves. I like to see 3 touches, and then I like to see it pull away. So that to me just
You don't
looks
draw a
nice.
trend line. You don't draw a trend line and see if you get a bounce.
Yeah, I mean you can,
I
but the thing is that how shallow this trend line is, you'd be giving back a lot, right? So the difference between waiting for a break of here And waiting for a break of the parabolic curve is going to save you a lot of money.
See, when I get a curve like that, man, I just try to structure and order blocks to, you know, if you're getting a good push, money flow's looking, you try to, like me, I wait till I get out of that, like that range, and then try to, fire off another long when I get confirmation that it's in the other range.
Yeah, for me, it would be like I don't trade off the curve. For me, the curve is just to check the parabola, right? Just to see if we're actually getting that movement. But for me, it's easy. Like the ranges would be right here and right here.
Yeah. No. I mean, and like I trade like when I draw a trend line, man, and it's usually on a higher time frame. I draw that trend. That trend line is for confluence, man, because you can
Yeah.
pull a fib and you'll see like you'll have more confidence that it's gonna bounce off that trend line, than break through it. If you have good confluences. But that's just like I just use that, because if I see, you know, a trend line is at resistance, or it happens to be that there's a fib, waiting at that trend line. Typically, that's just helps me. Yeah, man, I'm not gonna lie, man. I thought like I caught a little bounce on Cardano, and I got stopped out. I mean, a 1% loss, it's $12 in total, but I mean, well, 1.2 actually, but
Yeah,
whatever, man.
it didn't look good to me personally. It looked like it was ready to keep on going down too, but I would say it's not going to go down much. So I would
Got a
look for.
lot of it's got a lot of strength at 33 cents, man.
There was
Yeah, I would
200.
look.
There was a 200% increase in daily trading volume on Cardano today.
Yeah, yeah, I
But
saw.
we all see, it didn't really
Yeah,
end up to
well,
nothing. For spec, that's what I'd be looking at. I'm looking for it to come up to 12 and have an issue with that supply. But there's a big vector gap all the way up to 14.6. But I think you're gonna have to build out bullish
yeah,
structure and then build some shorts above to sort of give retail a reason to get back into this. So maybe a flag
And then
structure back into the curve and then play the breakout into 14,
and it'll
15. That's
just
how I would play
and
it.
it'll just on
and
vectors. Do you usually get squeezes on vectors? Like I'll pull range to see if we have volume there. To see if you can get
What is it?
if you're gonna get like a nice push out of a level.
What you want to
But with
see is a
vectors,
vector that's absolutely slammed packed with liquidations, with
yeah,
short liquidations.
and that will
okay,
happen right there too.
That'll happen
I
once
don't
we
know if
cut
it's there
down.
yet.
What happens is
So
once you cut down, right? This first draw down is gonna make people short.
Coming.
But by
Yeah.
building it into a bull flag, you'll keep retail interested because they understand bull flags. But every single
speaking
time
of,
you get to the top of this bull flag and come down, you'll get more and more shorts piling on top, and
Yeah.
that'll
that's
pop you.
that's a strong chart because the first week of November is normally a down too. So that looks like it plays out perfectly where you will be coming back for that retest.
I'll save it and we'll come back and look at it later.
Bro, I think my reef play is gonna play out, bro. Getting
Nice.
closer and closer. Yeah, and you know what the funny thing is, man? Like I moved my stop. I got a little too aggressive with my stop because I was in massive profit. I was in 50% profit, and I had to go to a Pioneer event today. Um, and dude, it fucking wicked perfectly to my stop, man. I just should have left it at my entry because I had already TP'd and everything. But yeah, that short would have been I would have been up like 110 right now on that short if I would have just left my stop. But I had to go to an event, man, and
Hey,
you gotta watch them. So
but you made profit, right?
yeah.
Yes. So don't think about what ifs. Now you just
Yeah,
got to set yourself up for that next trade.
yeah,
That's it. You don't look back at what if. You know what I mean? Because then
yeah.
you'll be
Ah,
chasing
it's
that
just
what if.
yeah. Nah, and it already happened, man. You're wasting your time.
Yeah.
You're
Exactly.
not being present. You're being in the past, which is
Yep.
distracting you for the things that are in front of you, man. Yeah, I'm
And
with you, man.
this is futures, not past. So that's what I learned because I would always do that too, and it would affect my trading every time. And until I realized like I stopped worried about what happened in the last trades. You know, like we're in
Yeah. I'll
somebody
be
just
honest.
trade. Somebody's like, keep it
Yeah.
simple, stupid. We're in the futures, not the past. I'm like, oh god
Yeah.
damn, that explains it
Yeah.
all.
Mm.
Really what I'm mad at is I broke my rule. I broke my rules for trading and FOMOed into ADA and got stopped out for stupidity.
See how good
Mm.
news works.
Yeah. Yeah. Of course.
Yeah, there's a such thing as being too early.
Yes,
But
always.
we pay attention to these things because when it is time to move, we want to know, why.
Hey,
I'm
that was
just
a good
looking
time
at
into the news, though.
I'm just looking at the chart real quick. I mean, look at all this liquidity that we picked up here, guys. Right? This is why I tell
Bitcoin.
you when this type of this is Bitcoin. When you see these type of order blocks get filled, this type of money doesn't.
It says Cardano on your chat on your chart, or am I blind?
No, this is Bitcoin. When this type of liquidity gets filled up,
Oh yeah.
this type of money doesn't come in to just sit. This type of money comes in for ROI. And all of these sell orders on the way up are these same guys exiting their position into the FOMO. So that's just a full sweep right there. And that's
Oh
not
yeah. And
liquidity
trust
as
me.
far as liquidations. That's, just coming through and grabbing those orders. So now we look and we see, all right, where's the next batch? Right? The next batch that we're really looking at is going to be down here at like 656 in this range. These guys need to get filled. So when we go back to the regular chart, and we look at
I think
656,
we're gonna get the.
we're
I think
looking
we're
at
gonna get
a
the dump
full
tonight.
give me a second to get through this, bro. We'll get through this whole liquidity sweep here at 665. 656, where that liquidity is sitting our buy wall, would be down in this range. Right, which still gives us our higher low, which is what we're looking for. As long as we're getting higher lows, that's all that matters. Sweep the liquidity up, sweep the liquidity down. Bears make money, bulls make money, pigs get slaughtered. These guys are flying too close to the sun. Right? So that's how you end up getting burned. That's all. You're good, bro. You can go ahead now.
No. I was actually. I love that. I've always said that pigs get slaughtered,
Straight up.
and I mean I've done it. So
We know every time we've got wrecked, there's no mystery. We're grown ups. We understand why it happened. You know when you're over leveraged and you're swinging at the fences and shit. You know what I mean?
yeah. I mean, like I said, what I took that trade, and it's funny because when I was about to leave my house, I was like, man, I should just close this thing, as I was up like 15%, and I was like, man, you know what, man, it might bounce. And then when I got home, I'm like, bro, I got stopped out. I was like, I mean, like I said, it's a small loss. I really don't care, but like I what I care about is I broke my rules for stupidity. That's more what bothers me.
At least you
Like I've
realized
been
it,
pretty
bro.
good. Yeah, man. Well, the thing is the one thing that I hate doing is making the same mistake twice. And like I know what the rule sets are, and the fact that I didn't follow them, like that's what gets me mad. Like, trying to make sense of it, and it's just, psychology, man. I FOMO'd, man. I FOMO'd, and that's what I get. Instead of looking at it and
Polo, due to you, I got 180 on my first TP on Reef and 132 on my second. So thanks.
Good job, man.
yeah, yeah, man. I told you that short's there, man. It's gonna. The only thing is what's gonna be tricky, and man, whoever here can give some advice is, the confluences that you're gonna need at that POC or that value area low, because they're real close to each other, or like I said, you could just spot it and just buy spot, and DCA your way into it. Because at the end of the day, if you get, let's say you get that fill
Um, this project ain't bullshit. I mean, and if this is a fake rug pull project, I'd be like, I already have checked these people's LinkedIn, like they're legit, so because I thought this was a bullshit project. I've never, well, ICP, Solana, I've seen this before, so, um, uh, yeah, I mean, thing went from a penny and look where it's at right now, and it's still got more to go. Like we ain't done yet, we gotta go where the price action exists. Well, I mean, technically.
It's still still being sold.
Oh yeah.
So it's still going down a bit.
Bro, look at this drop, and you still don't even have a divergence, bro. It's just straight.
Yeah, it's like we got a new Zeusy here, but with a different accent, like a
Yeah,
different country.
yeah, he does kind of remind me of Zeusy a little bit.
Right, where it talks really low, got
Yeah,
the
yeah,
accent.
chill, super chill. Yeah, that's funny.
We're just 4-man new higher low.
Yeah, we talked about this range, right? Remember when I drew out the range yesterday and I told you guys when you get a deviation out of these ranges, especially when you have a deep set range like this, right? Solid range. When you get a deviation out of the bottom of the range, you'll get a topside deviation and then it'll settle back into the range if it's not going to continue to go. It's like as above, so below, as below, so above. And you'll see it over and over. So to me, this was just a reaction to the bottom side deviation that we had. If I wanted to really, all right, so we can go over this real quick. So remember I told you a couple days ago, if we get that midweek reversal on Thursday, this would have so far made a perfect market maker pattern, right? So we had our trapped longs on Friday and our trapped shorts, and then we went into our weekend trap. We had our false move up, which frees the trap longs, 3-day reversal into the midweek reversal that pops up into the Friday trap. So far, this is textbook market maker pattern weekly run. Now we want to run that forward, and I was going to magic, sort of magic wand here and make the market do what I wanted it to do. What I'd be expecting, just so you know where my head's at, this could possibly be already the trap for the top, right? Our long trap. So let's just assume for now these are our trap longs. Then what I'd be waiting for is for price to come down into those liquidations like we were looking at. So we'd have price come down. Oh. Price come down, catch support here, We'll fine tune that later. But after it gets through these liquidations, then we'd pop up Friday and we'd go into our weekend trap in between our longs and our shorts. And then we'd be looking for the same thing. Now, like I said earlier, what I want to see is I want to see us get a fake move down out of our weekend trap, which would mean a move that comes down and frees wherever our bottom ends up being, goes lower than that bottom, frees those shorts. Because what that does is that frees us up for a 3-day run at all-time highs. Instead of just if we pop up, we just have like a 1-day really fast gassed out run with high RSIs that's probably just gonna retrace and send us into like a range. So if I could wave the wand and make it happen, that's what I'd be looking for. Drop tonight, pop up tomorrow, go into the weekend trap, boring sideways for most of Saturday Asia to like Sunday UK, start looking for that fake move. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
Let's hope the market maker is not watching.
Nah, man, because when you say things, man, like if I'm quiet after somebody says something, it's just because I'm processing. I'm thinking.
I'm just trolling, bro. I'm just trolling, bro. You know how many times I've given a complete TA like that into a muted mic, and you're just sitting there and you're like, I thought that was solid, yo. Why nobody's gonna say nothing? And then you look at the mic and you're like, oh, okay, you just wasted 15 minutes of your life.
Done the same thing. It sucks. It's an awkward moment where you're like, Did anybody get that?
And it's one that you share with yourself in the loneliness of your office, bro. Like it's just you and that stupid look on your face when you realize that the shit was muted.
But that's the thing about trading, you know what I mean? Everybody has a different outlook into everything.
Yeah. Fat Max, I think Goat's gonna do well. I do think it's a cabal coin. I do think that its fast listings and everything are probably gonna make it do well though. But if you've been listening for a while, my strategy is really to go for your higher market cap memes at this point. But let's just say there's people with money that are gonna make sure that that at least does decent, in my opinion. They will
Yeah,
also
man.
take profits way before you think it's time.
Two of the guys in my team got in GOAT, and I just can't do it, bro. I can't take the leap on some shit like it just launches.
I hear you.
Oh man, it's so hard for me to do.
It's the 200 versus 500. It's the 200 versus 50 IQ sort of thing. We had this talk like 6 months ago, more than that, when meme started like almost a year ago. But we were like, look, guys, because I always 200 IQ it. Right? I'm the one that's always gonna look in and double, triple, quadruple check. But while we were doing that, people were making a shit ton of money. So there was a way to trade memes and still be 200 IQ about it. You just had to trade different. You know what I mean? We weren't trading towards price points. We were trading towards market caps. We were trading things that had high daily volume, taking profits and getting out, not getting married to any sort of positions. But if I would have just stayed 200 IQ the whole time, you know what I mean? I would have missed out on a lot of bread. And that's a lesson learned from a prior bull market because I was the biggest SHIB hater that you would ever find, bro. You can ask anybody in here. You tell me you bought SHIB, I was like, might as well just burn your money. And then look at what happened, you know? So there's a such thing as being too smart for certain
No, and look,
situations, you know?
I'll tell you, like, Billy, the guy in our group, like, he has a friend of his who's like a Solana, like he just like a Solana maxi, and he put us on bonk, man, and he said, guys, he knew about the, like, if you got the Solana phone, you were getting,
Yep.
you were gonna get bonk,
Yep.
and he said like the phones were so backordered that no one's gonna be able to sell that bonk. And I mean, I sold my shit way too early, bro. Like after I 3x, I sold that shit. So I
Bonk
mean, if I would have
Bonk to
held
me
on to
was the
that,
first
yeah.
time. Bonk to me that was there's two coins that I think are responsible for what happened in the meme run. Ape and Bonk. The reason I say Ape is because Ape was the first time that we saw an NFT project go into meme and just basically tokenize their meme as not a non fungible but just a fungible coin. And then Bonk was the first time that we saw a blockchain get behind a meme. They promoted the hell out of Bonk. It was on all those phones. They made sure that it did what it was supposed to do. They bootstrapped their community like we were talking about earlier. And to me, that launched the whole sort of like meme coin mascot sort of, I mean, a blockchain mascot meme category, you know, where like
Yeah,
the
I
meme
traded
represents the
Foxy.
blockchain.
Yeah, yeah, that Foxy,
Yeah, Linea, right?
the Foxy is the MetaMask wallet. Me, like,
Yeah, but it's
you
like
got
the
Foxy.
mascot for Linea. Like
Yeah,
it's on
well,
Linea, right?
I know it's for Linea, yeah, but I know like they were like that's the Foxy's like
Yeah,
the
that was
MetaMask
the
type
rumor
of
that
like mascot.
MetaMask was gonna drop a coin and
Uh,
Foxy was gonna be the meme.
I traded that, and did fairly well. Yeah, but I was in and out. 'Cause like I said, man, it's just hard to stay committed, man. Cause, and I'll be honest with you, like, man, I've gotten in, like, I got in honey really, like, cause I was mining it, and yo, like, I was buying honey at a penny, man, and it was at 27 cents, and I didn't sell. I sold it at 15, which that was
Honey
dumb,
was
but
on Berachain, right?
nah,
Was the
honey's
same Honey?
on
Oh,
it's on
Honey was from
Solana.
the game. Honey was from
Nah, honey's Hive Mapper.
yeah, and Hive
Hive
Mapper
Mapper.
is that
It's the you put the little camera in your car. I got one.
I
You put
got
it in
you.
your car
Okay,
and
I
you
got you. I
drive.
got you. I
Yeah,
got you. I got you. I got you. I'm thinking about something completely
yeah,
different. You're right. You're right.
yeah. That was And you remember the other one that was like a little thing that you would put in your car computer and you get crypto that way. That those projects did well, man. The one that I think will do well long term is HNT.
Helium,
I
yeah,
think
for
that
sure. I was just gonna say that.
but I don't think it's good mining it. I have a helium
Nah,
miner. It's turned
Drew's
off. I
Drew's
have a
mining
helium.
right now. Drew's doing well mining. He was talking about.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna put this one in Puerto Rico because I got a place over there. So I'm gonna put it over there because over there there's a lot less than there is. Like, dude, Florida's fucking saturated with fucking helium miners.
It all depends on it depends on where you're at. I actually have a pretty good where I'm at is pretty good. It connects two major areas. But yeah,
Yeah,
bro,
well,
put it in
if
Puerto
you get a
Rico
good antenna,
somewhere, especially if you got some elevation, bro. If you're up in the mountains somewhere in Puerto Rico, oof,
yeah. Well, I'm in Caguas, which is it's not low, but
that's funny.
it's
My
not like
people are
Agua
from
Buena and shit.
Caguas, Cagua Pueblo.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm in I had an apartment in San Patricio, which is really Guaynabo, but San Patricio is like the nice part. And I got that shit cheap. It was a lady who had basically hadn't paid her association for like 3 years, and she was gonna lose the property. And she was an old lady, so shit was all fucked up. So I got like
F
I had to
bombs, F
pay. I
bombs,
ended
F
up paying like
bombs.
oh yeah, sorry. I had to
You're
pay like
good.
70 grand, but it was good. I mean, I sold it for 240. That's not bad. I mean, 10 years later though,
Yeah,
still.
no, it's cool. I got like family property over there. Most of my family's still over there, but
Yeah. Just make sure, just make sure they got the, cause like, I mean, I gotta tell you, man. Two of my mom's sisters,
the land grabs.
they like, yeah, because
I know,
they couldn't even find the deed,
I know.
and then the kids weren't paying like, dude, the cream is like $150 a year. Like,
Bro,
how you gonna
there's
do something?
farmers that are defending their properties right now at like gunpoint. It's like
Yeah.
you can't claim it's yours, but you're gonna have to come take it.
Yeah, yeah, man. And then a lot of people, especially in Puerto Rico, I mean, dude, one thing about Puerto Rico, man, like people stay in their homes for a long time, man. Like my great grandmother's house is still in the family. You think they know where that deed is to that house?
Yeah.
I know they don't know where
I
that
mean, they've
motherfucker
never
is.
had to prove it, you know? Some people live in a
Yeah,
house for generations. They've never had to prove to anybody that that's their house.
yeah.
All of a sudden, some dude in a suit pops up talking about, hey, if you can't prove that this is your house, we're going to go ahead and put it on auction.
What they do is they Puerto Rico, man.
Oh wow.
But that happens everywhere because
Blockchain
the way that
saves,
they do it.
blockchain fixes that, man. It's another thing that blockchain fixes.
Yeah,
You put deeds on the blockchain.
That's what I said
yeah.
earlier.
Yeah.
You can put your deed
Well,
programmable money.
so you know which project is trying to do that? Prop. And it's an old project, man. But
You
dude,
can
I got
already
wrecked on that one too, man.
you can already do it right now. Nobody's stopping you from doing it. So if
Yeah.
a project's trying to do it, they're just trying to grab central control or data.
Now, what
Yeah,
prop is doing is, I think, it's real world real estate,
yeah,
right? Where you can
yeah,
invest, you
yeah,
can buy portions of an apartment, and then when it goes to sale,
yeah.
you split the profits of whatever. Like
And you
VC,
can
it's
put
like
your date
micro
on.
VC
Yeah.
Yeah,
funding for
yeah.
real
It's a
estate.
company.
Yeah.
It's a company.
That project's old. So like, I'll be honest with you, man. Um, I'm down 25% on that because my buy is 125, and I think it's like at 99 cents, and it's just, man, it's been barcoding at 99 cents.
I don't see
Like,
it. I see AI just taking care of that shit for you. So
Basically.
I don't believe that it's going to be a company. No offense. I look into companies all day long as a VC myself. I see AI already replacing that. So I'd up to you, but I would take your fucking loss and put it into something
F
else and
bomb.
gain.
yeah, yeah. Language.
Oh
Hey,
yeah,
you know
sorry,
what?
sorry.
I need
Hey,
a
Dbloc. Yeah,
bleep button.
you know what you need? You need to put a barcode up and in the swear jar.
I
You
need
gotta put some
something, man.
XRP. You gotta put XRP in there. Yeah,
It's
put 10
I
XRP.
I forget we're on live somewhere because I'm used to being
Yeah,
just on
yeah.
Discord in a
Now,
group
what I'll
just
do
casual.
eventually, if it gets rough, is that I'll just like mute the person's voice on YouTube. I mean, you're on Discord. You should be able to talk
But
however you
by the
want.
way,
But
if you do a swear jar, I would honor that. So you know.
I don't know. I
Yeah.
if I put a swear jar in here, yo, I'm gonna be
rich.
getting new interior for the yacht.
Exactly. He'll be
man.
he'll be streaming on his Starlink on a yacht while we're just donating to him all day just by cussing.
What what's gonna be the asset? What would be your asset if you had the swear jar?
Shit.
Shit,
No,
Bitcoin.
no, I'll tell no, no. Would it be? It would be Bitcoin.
I'll take Bitcoin. Nah, I'll take some sui. I don't have enough sui. I'll take some
We gotta
sui.
keep it small transactions, so it's gotta be
Yeah,
cheap.
some sui. Sui will have some good, quick, small transaction.
I would take
gas
Doge.
fees.
Personally, I would take Doge because it's fast, it's cheap.
We had a
it's
bad
easy to
history with Doge jars in here before.
Really?
We had somebody in here. We had somebody in here named Pisket back in the day. They had a Send Pisket to America fund.
I want to come to America.
Oh, you had one of those? I sent a half a Bitcoin.
Yeah.
I sent a half a Bitcoin to some guy in Nigeria like last year, and he tried to say he didn't get it, and I need to send it again. I'm like,
Man.
dude, I just changed your life, and you're trying to get more off of me.
Listen,
Like,
listen, all respect due to my Nigerian brothers and sisters, but you need to talk to your brothers and sisters because they have completely ruined your rep, and I will never be sending any money that has an endpoint in Nigeria.
He stopped coming into the chat on Telegram, so we were actually kind of worried for his life because like this 22-year-old dude just got a half a Bitcoin, and like, yeah.
Bro, we've had people fake deaths. Like go as far as fake deaths to get out of certain groups. Like after they burn their reputation, to have somebody come in and be like, "Oh, this person, somebody's got an open mic," but they'll come in and be like, "Oh, this person, died or whatever," and you're like, "Bro, high lifer, you got an open mic, brother."
We called him the Nigerian
Someone got
scammer.
it.
Like, we didn't the whole time. He was in there with us for like 2 months, and we literally called him, "Hey, the Nigerian scammer's back," But like he would just dance and do funny stuff, and it was like one day I was just like, I feel like changing this guy's life, but I didn't even think about it. I was just too high, and I was like, oh my god, I think I just got this guy killed.
Yeah, wasn't Obama Nigerian? Isn't Obama Nigerian or something like that?
I don't know. You gotta ask Trump, man. Trump did all that research.
Yo, someone's like.
I moved them to open mic. If you guys ever come back and you're sitting in the open mic gulag, just know that
Also,
you had an open mic.
there's a. You guys, I for the game. I got to that base. He's he scams the scammers.
Hold on, we got some
you
we
seen
got
him, like,
we got some price action here. Hold on, guys. Let's
Is that
focus
the
on price
guy with the
action for a
blue hair?
second.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a guy with
no,
the
he
blue
doesn't have
hair.
blue hair. He's like a dude with glasses. Oh, look at that. Yeah.
Oh yeah, there's a couple of guys on YouTube that do that.
Sweep it,
So
baby, sweep it.
If you
I
actually
gotta
look at
pay attention to Reef because I think Reef is gonna hit my target.
If you look at the chart on the
No.
30-minute and you go back on the history on the 30, there's a lot of chop happening in this range, all the way down to 67,300 on a chop on the 30.
Hey, now is this my rescue ship coming, Dbloc, that we were talking about earlier?
Where were you at? You were at 6-7.
Yeah,
67,300.
Yeah,
I don't mind eating a little bit.
He's been underwater in the trade here for a bit. But I mean, I wouldn't necessarily just pull out as soon as you get to break even, unless you see us start to hold support.
Well, you see on your 15 right there on the left side, the previous candles, there was a lot of like wicks right there. There was a lot of buying and selling going on in there, and yeah, where's the see? Yeah, there you go. The depth chart will give you everything on that.
Yeah, it's these wicks here, all these buy ups. We'll see. There's not, like I said, there's not a lot of money till you get down to this range.
Yeah, exactly.
Almost there, man. We're almost there. We're gonna hit
Simeon.
that. The thing is, I'm talking about. Sorry, guys. I'm talking about Reef. We're gonna hit that level, man. I don't. I'm gonna have to start paying attention to these middle time frames and see if that's where we're gonna buy, or we're gonna just go all the way to the value area though.
Good luck.
No, this is a risky, man.
It's a coin flip, man, and the way it's looking right now, the trend's your friend.
Yeah, I mean the short's been is paid off. I'm just pissed because I I broke my rules, and that's what happens when you break your rules. But
Dbloc, can you
yeah,
pull up open interest?
Yeah, the OI would be right here.
I always like to pay attention to that too.
That would be your OI delta. Let me check. Yeah. Bot selling off. I don't know. I don't want to get too stuck on the bias, but as far as I'm concerned, these longs are trapped, and we need to go trap shorts now before the weekend. We've got 2 days to do it, though. And I've got to get off here in a second. I had a long ass day.
yeah, I'm gonna call it like in 20 more minutes. I'm just hoping I can catch this Reef. I mean, I already got the positions there. I just want to, and I got buys on both positions with stop losses. So if it hits, it hits.
Yeah, I'm gonna be back. What time is it? 1:20. I'll be back by the end of Asia. We'll draw at our box, and we'll run it like we did yesterday.
Hey, happy birthday, Dbloc. I really appreciate your top notch. I mean, excellent TA, and you're great vibe, dude. I seriously thoroughly enjoy your style. So, happy birthday,
Yeah,
man.
man.
Gabe, I appreciate it, man.
I'm gonna be driving you crazy with them vectors and them tapes, man. Cause
Nah,
the
it's all
way you
good,
read
bro.
them,
That's
and
why we're here.
I love the way you do that, man.
That's
I
why
think you
we're
have a
here.
really good grasp on liquidity and stuff like that.
Yep.
Yo, I found his chart on YouTube. Didn't know anybody was talking, and I saw the chart. I was like, all right, I'll click on this one. And I do this for a living, man. Dbloc definitely knows what he's doing. Dbloc, do you do this for a living?
Yeah.
Okay,
That's all I do.
about to say, yeah. Like if you weren't, then you definitely should be doing it because you know what you're doing.
Nah, this is all I do. That's why I shy away from some of the social media shit because it's like I'm like an active trader.
I'm not even active on social media, man.
Yeah.
I just focus on trading.
Bro, if you look at
I'm
my
full-time
Twitter, 2013, Silk Road Assassin is the Twitter handle or whatever, right? 0 posts.
Yeah.
I might have literally in the past 3 days maybe reposted something just because I'm gonna start trying to populate my feed with news at least so that like Discord can kind of pop on Twitter and see what I'm looking at when I do my research. But nah, social media for me is like that's where you go in to get data. But if you start playing in that swamp, I mean, I just don't have the time. I don't get it. Like some of these guys must really not be trading. Is the only thing that I can.
Well, a lot of the bigger guys, they got teams. Like all of them got teams, man.
Yeah.
Because I know Face, I know Frankie. Like I know them. I know Lifer, Army Piper. I mean,
Yeah,
I
it's
don't know
teams.
Gareth, but I know
I
most
help.
of those guys.
I helped out Crown back in the day. I did all of his clip art for all of his streams, and then I helped him with getting the right audience and everything like that to hit the algorithms when he first started. And he had other people working for him doing other things. He had somebody doing his subscription for his Teachable accounts. Like it takes an army, man, especially if you're going to still be a trader.
Yeah, I think you got to
It's
pick a
five of
route.
us.
I think with this shit, you got to pick a route. And honestly, like with the format that I'm going for and the value add that I think I add to the like YouTube market would be like a fly on the wall sort of perspective. Just a bunch of people trading and you just happen to be a fly on the wall and you get to pick up the gems where you pick them up. But yeah, the trading is always going to come first. TA is always going to come first. You're not going to get a whole lot of showmanship out of me. You get what you get, you know.
Oh, and that's as a professional trader, honestly, guys, it's a lot of just staring at this all day and just
That's what I try to do.
and changing the time frames just to confirm certain moves. That's it. You know, go to the 4 hour, go to the 2 hour. Okay, we're back to the weekly. See if we touch there. That's all you're staring at all day. You're waiting on moves, or you're in a move and you're just waiting to take profits. That's it.
Yeah. Or you're
That's it,
balancing
man.
a
You're
bunch of
chasing.
different alts. So it's like when you've got one setup, you're looking at a bunch of different
I'm
setups. But the
I
amount of
only
research that I do a day is really where it
yeah,
starts to come in. Like I'm talking
that's it.
3 to 4 solid
Hours,
hours of research a
hours.
day.
Even me, I've never stopped. Like I said, I've been in Bitcoin for about 10 years now, and it's been every day, like every day. I had my
Oh, so you were
ex-wife even.
you were
Yeah.
trading Bitcoin when you had to use Bitcoin as the pair, when they didn't even have stables before.
Yeah, the good old days.
Basically, I was around when Ethereum first came out. The first altcoins started coming out. You know, like yeah, I've been around for a long time. I didn't
Happy
start
birthday.
trade. I didn't start trading till about 6 or 7 years ago. Um, because then that's when I was like, okay, well, I'm just holding this shit now, and like, I don't want to sell this shit. I want to learn how to make more. And I was already watching YouTubers trade and stuff, and then I was like, all right, I'll dive into it. And then that's when I found a mentor. So like Dbloc is a great mentor for everybody. He's easy to assess. You know, my mentor wasn't as easy. It was Eric Crown. Even though he was still new at YouTube, he was still managing his account and trying to help me out as well. Dbloc, he's over here, you know, managing his account, and he's on Discord, and he's live. This is the stuff I wished I had back in the day. No.
Yeah,
Same.
that's
That's
why.
kind of what I try to
Feel
do.
me. Hey, D-Block, I'm out of here, man. My headphones about to die. I'll catch you tomorrow, my
Take it easy, brother. Appreciate you.
Good night.
Happy
Hey,
birthday,
hey,
Dbloc.
Thank you, brother.
Hey, D, by the way, man, I airsoft a lot, so if you're ever down,
Man
just let
said
me
he
know, bro.
airsoft.
I got five. Well, so yeah, man, a lot of my, I do a lot of government stuff. So my best friend is a detective, so like and I have a lot of friends from the military. So yeah, man, we airsoft a lot. So if you're
Don't
ever
shoot your
down,
eye out.
nah, man, dude, we got full gear. We got full gear,
I
man.
was referencing that movie. Sorry.
Yeah.
I hear you,
But
brother. All right, guys. I'm gonna be back by the end of Asia, so I'll be back in like an hour and a half. We'll see where this Asian cycle
Yeah.
ends up.
well, hey, you know how you were talking about the Nigerian prince scam?
hmm
You know, like I'll tell you that guy, and it's not a guy with blue hair. It's just the other guy. He looks like a nerd, but basically he created a drainer NFT, but it was like he had like this old lady, and basically he's like the lady's like, oh yeah, I put the money in the NFT, and she sent it to the dude, and he actually clicked it and drained his account with a wallet drainer, man.
Oh man.
Yeah, the guy's like, why do you do this to me? He's like, why do you do this to me? Yeah, that dude got sponsored by Kraken, man. Kraken had made fake accounts for him and everything.
Sounds like that FBI making a meme coin.
Yeah, yeah, man. Well, I forgot the name of the company, but there's a company, if you get scammed, they will try to recover your funds, but they get half of what they recover.
Yeah.
Like that's what you, and I know, like I'm like that sucks, but half is better than nothing. And I think it's got to be over $5,000.
Hey guys, before I forget, I'm gonna restart the stream so that we stay underneath that 12-hour limit on YouTube. So if you're on stream right now, it'll be back in like 5 minutes. Just make sure you sub up, hit that bell notification so you can see when we come back in. I'm gonna cut the stream off real quick.
All right. Cool. Yeah, man. I've been trading 5 years now, but I'll be honest with you, like when I really took the step of like I spent money on education, I got in groups, I really like, you know, took one fundamental at a time. Once I mastered it, then I would go to the other one. And you really don't master them, but you just, you kind of start to
Learn
see
them.
the painting on the wall. So yeah, man, cause like I'm a part of a crypto group, and we're kind of like we help newbies, um, and like we're it's Billy Goat Tails. I don't know if you heard of us, but we basically we have the givers gain pathway. Yeah, check us out, man. 9 o'clock on every Tuesday on X, 9 o'clock. Um, and